Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we continue our coverage of Arizona versus Lori Daybell, Day 6. Now, trial doesn't start for another hour and 15 minutes or so. So we are going to show you the interview that was Trina K brought up this with Cassandra yesterday. And they would only show like a sentence here, a sentence there. So I want to show you the full interview with Lori. So I don't think they're going to show it in court. They introduced it as evidence, but I don't think they're going to show it in court, to be quite honest. So we're gonna watch it here first. So Mel Stiller is with us. Mike Morrow, thank you for joining us. KCTC77, welcome to cable. Thank you so much for that. Baca and Lacey. Awesome. Butterfly Dana, hello. Will Johnson, Groovy Cheryl, number 15 in the queue. Awesome. Let me hit the like button as well. Therapist, hello. P. Lola's mom, waiting patiently. Lily Wayne, hello. Only fan. Shirley Roth, thank you for joining us, you guys. Missy Russell, Susan B. Womack, and Pammy. Yay. Widespread Panic. Awesome. Sinbad 33, thank you guys so much for joining us. Angelique. DMB Secondus. Good. Hazel, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you guys coming in. Please hold for your next available squeegee. Yes. All right, Tammy and KS, good morning to you. Lily Wayne. Let's see. CE, hello to you. Alice, thank you for joining us. Christy G, good to see you as well. Irish Amy, awesome. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Karen, thank you. Thank you for grabbing your seat. All right, Crystal Limited Edition, the Mod Wife. Awesome. Thank you for joining us. All right, Noreen Dowling, thank you. Vice. All right, guys. Lena Ray. Do I have to sneeze? Excuse me. Thank you. All right. Let us get to it. Okay, Clairview, hello, thank you for joining us. All right, thank you guys. Yeah, I got something up the old nose-a-rooney there. All right, sorry for that. Sorry for the sniffles. Let me put myself over here, and let's get to. All right, so this is 9:42. So Charles was shot at like 7:45, 8 o'clock in the morning. Law enforcement gets there at 8. No, it took Alex like 47 minutes to call. So law enforcement gets there like 8:30, 9 o'clock. Detectives arrive. So this is literally it's about an hour after Charles had called law enforcement. So this is the full interview. Yesterday during trial, we only heard like a sentence here, sentence there. This is going to be the full interview. So.
So just make it easier so you don't have to.
Sweet.
Yeah, you got it.
Thank you.
I'll be up from desk. So if you want to.
Yeah, Margaret's using the other one.
Okay.
So Brendan's going to monitor for him.
Okay, so just run out this way
Okay.
if there's anything, but if,
Perfect.
yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. I know, you know what, it's such a struggle because you go to the hospital, you go back to school, I try to talk to the teachers, but in high school, they don't care. They're like, you're not here, do the work, or don't. Like, they don't care.
Well,
So
and I think
horrible.
with high school, it's like they're just pumping.
But when she was in elementary and junior high, all the teachers worked with her. They were nice about it. But by high school, there's so many kids that just don't care. And I was like, just take it. You're so smart. Let's just take it. See if you pass it. She passed it.
And got a really good score.
Yeah, she passed it with like college ready in every category the first time.
Well, and now she can do what she wants. So
Exactly.
She's better off that way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I know Laura's your first name, right?
Yeah.
Lauri.
Lori.
Okay. And then what's your last name?
Vallow. Vallow.
And your date of birth? And your phone number? And you live at the house, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I know this sounds silly, but it's probably the easiest way to start, is just to tell me what happened. And then, so you can start what makes the most sense to you, and we'll just work our way through, and I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions just to kind of clarify.
Sure.
So I know you talked to the initial patrol officer.
And he just got information. He didn't say anything.
So yeah, if you can just kind of tell me kind of what happened. It sounds like some of this may have started last night or something along those lines.
Right.
So start where you think it makes the most sense.
Okay, so,
I told you, it's a crazy question.
Well, so we moved into this house 3 weeks ago because he offered to get me a house here where all my family is. So we were in Houston. And so he's like, we had decided to separate or whatever. So he's like, well, I'll pay for a house for you and for JJ and whatever, because he's all about JJ. He's never about Tylee, but he's all about JJ. Because we adopted him together. He's his great nephew. We adopted him as a baby. And so we adopted him as a baby, and so we've been raising him together. And he travels all the time for business, so he's used to just going back and forth. So he's always gone like Monday through Friday. So he came when we first moved in and brought me stuff from Houston, like a U-Haul, and then he hasn't been back. But it's all these threats on my phone all the time, you know, like whatever, all these things. And then he told me...
What kind of threats?
Just... You'd have to read them to see, but he's always mad at me, right? And he doesn't want a divorce, but I don't like him and don't want to deal with him, so that's just how it is. So we married for 14 years, we've dealt with it for 14 years, of him being horrible to her. Like, he gets in huge fights with her, a lot of things. But anyway, so he said, I'm coming Wednesday night, all of a sudden. I want to see JJ. And I told him, I said, I will never keep JJ from you. You can come see whenever you want to. Come take him to school, whatever. Like, I'm not going to do that.
So when you initially moved, he had said he was going to buy you a house. So you moved here with your...
Yeah, he was going to rent us a house.
And so you moved...
All my family lives here. So we lived here for a long time.
Okay.
And then he moved us to Houston.
Okay.
And we were there with my son. He was out of school. He didn't have any of his, like, services, his DDD, his anything. He, like, ripped him out of school and said, we're moving. Okay. And I didn't go with him at first. And he took him. And I let him take him, and I didn't file anything or whatever. And then he filed something against me and said, I'm only going to get supervised visits because I'm crazy and blah, 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 you know, the story. And so I just didn't talk to him for like 30 days and let him take care of him and let him see what I've been doing for the past 7 years, because men need to do that. You know, I have 5 kids, I have grown kids, I have grandkids. Like, okay, you're going to threaten me that you're not going to let me see my child without supervised visitation? Okay, do it for 30 days and see how long it lasts. You're begging me to come pick him up. Yeah. Which he did. It's just like, come back and whatever. So I moved in with them to Houston for the family, you know, and Tylee went with me. We drove to Houston from here and left all our family and all his support, all my son's support, like his cousins, everything. And we were there, and I enrolled him in school there. I tried to start all his services, and it takes forever. Yeah. You know, it takes so long to get that done.
There's no easy transferring.
There's no easy transferring. You start from the beginning. It's a totally new thing. Yeah. And he didn't do any of it in those 30 days. So he just had gone without services, without even applying. And I'm like, do you even realize? Because he didn't ever do it in the first place. I did it. Long story. I'll keep it short. He hasn't been here in a couple weeks since we moved in. He came. He was very nasty when he was there, but he travels for business. So he went back to the Houston house, and he's like, I'm coming on Wednesday night, and I'm going to come pick up JJ and take him to school Thursday, pick him up Thursday, take him Friday, whatever. And I said, Casey wanted to come to the house, and I said, you can't come stay at this house because you can't get along with Tylee. She's a minor. She has to live here. Yeah. So, because he gets in huge fights with her. Okay. And she hates him. And so I'm like, you can't stay at the house, so I will book you a hotel, because he stays in hotels all the time because he travels for business, and the business pays for it, right? So I said, I will book you a hotel nearby.
What does he do?
He works with teachers in their retirement plans, but he goes to them, but he mostly works in California.
Okay.
No matter where we live. And we lived in Hawaii, he'd work in California, he'd work in Texas, he has like books of business in different areas. And so he just goes wherever. It kind of just gives him freedom that he doesn't have to stay home every day and take care of special needs child. It's like an excuse, right? So I've done that myself for the last 7 years anyway. And I was a single mom before I married him with my 2 kids.
Yeah.
And he had 2 kids. We got married, tried to make a family. You know how it goes. Anyway. So he said he was coming last night. I said, well, you can't stay at this house because you can't get along with Tylee. I'll get you a hotel. You can come play with JJ. But he goes to school all day.
Yeah.
I got him back into his school. His services, I met with the DDD yesterday, and they finally are getting his services back. But we're paying $125 a day to have him back in school because he's so out of his routine. He's been a nightmare on the floor, kicking stuff, hitting stuff, walls. Like, he just ripped him out of his life.
Yeah.
So, anyway, just how he is because he only thinks about himself. So. He says, come in and get JJ, and JJ's like, I don't want Dad, because he knows Dad took him away, so he was freaking out, right? So I didn't tell him he was even coming, like Dad's going to come take you to school or anything. So he didn't bother me last night, which I was surprised. I was expecting kind of an ambush for him to kind of like come over or be just mean and say, it's my house, I'm on the lease, I'm going to stay here kind of thing, because that's kind of his macho attitude. And so he came this morning. I was getting JJ ready.
So he got in last night, but he wasn't at the house last night.
Yeah, I didn't hear from him, except for he texted me and said, I'll be there at 7:30 to pick up JJ.
Okay.
And I was like, okay, that was good, because I didn't hear from him. And then he came over in the morning, and he's like banging on the door. I'm like, oh great, here we go, you know. And I was just gonna be nice. I'm just gonna be nice as possible. And I had JJ stuff all ready for school. And so.
Do you remember about what time he got there?
He said he'd be there at 7:30, but it was more like 7:40ish or 7:35. I don't know.
Okay.
But I remember thinking, looking at the clock, and he was there at 7:30, and he's usually Mr. On
punctual.
time. Yes. So I was like, okay. And then JJ was like, oh, Dad. And then he was like, Mommy, and like ran to me and was like holding me. He's like, you're not taking me to school. And I was like, it's okay, Dad, can just drive you to school. It's not a big deal. You know, just trying to make it whatever.
Calm.
Yeah, calm. And then he was just being real smirky and real like jerky, you know, to me. And I was like ignoring him, whatever. And so he was like,
and your brother lives there with you?
No.
Okay.
He had stayed with me last night because I was worried he was going to come over and cause trouble with me.
Okay.
And just wanted someone else there, like my brother there, because I trust my brother. And it's been a long story. Like, I had to go live at my brother's when he took JJ, and, you know, he's just been difficult. So, anyway. So I got JJ stuff ready, and he was like, well, and he's like this about timing. He's like, I'm leaving in 20 minutes, because it's like 15 minutes to the school, and like you can't get there early, they don't open the gates until 8:20 or something like that. And I said, well, why don't you just go now? I don't want him in the house. I'm like, why don't you just go now and take him to Burger King, because that's what he likes for breakfast. And he's very particular about food. Like, he wanted chicken fries for breakfast and a Sprite. Like, and I just get what he wants, because if you don't get what he wants, then it's like on the floor screaming, dragging him into school. Like, and he's big and he's heavy and it's hard for me to handle. But anyway, so I said, just go. And so he said, okay. So I gave him a backpack. He got in the car. This is his MO, right? He always leaves something in the house and comes back. He never leaves the first time. I always expect my husband to come back into the house, right? So I guess he had left his phone on the counter.
So he initially left with the backpack and with JJ?
And so he put them in the car, in the driveway, and then he came back in, right? So I kissed JJ goodbye. He came back in, and his phone was on the counter, and I had his phone. And he was like, giving me my phone, and I was like, why don't you show me your text that you've been texting, blah, 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 you know, whatever. Because he's like acting really weird, like he's plotting something against me. Like, I'm like, why are you even here? Like, what did you come here for, you know? He's been talking to my other brother, and my brother came into town at the same time last night. And I haven't talked to my brother in a while, my other brother, and I was like, and so he was texting him on the phone when he first got to my house, and I'm like, why are you texting Adam? Like, do you even talk to him? Like, my other brother. And, you know, he's been telling me all these texts, like, you're going down, blah, 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 blah. He's blaming me for our marriage breaking up and my niece getting divorced and my friend getting divorced. He said, I'm a destroyer of families.
Okay.
Because I want everybody to get divorced. I'm like, what would my motivation be for people getting divorced? So I could babysit the kids more? Like, why would I have any control over what people do?
Yeah.
So it's just very odd. But anyway, he goes nuts. He's gone nuts on us a lot of times. Tylee and I have had to leave with JJ over the years probably 5 times and just stay in a hotel for 2 days because he goes nuts. Like, you don't know what's going to set him off. Like, whatever. And she's mad at me for always, like, going back. But we had JJ and he's special needs and it's really hard. Like, it's even hard to take care of by yourself.
So when you say he goes nuts, that can mean a lot of different things.
Right.
So goes nuts like yelling and screaming.
Yeah,
goes
yelling and
nuts
screaming.
Like breaking
like,
things.
Yes.
Goes nuts like physical violence.
He's never really, besides like grabbing us or pushing us, but not like punching us or something. But with Tylee, he has gotten physical before. And with my grown son.
Like physical how?
Like got into a physical fist fight with my son when he was 16.
Okay.
And he came after Tylee 2 times in Hawaii.
Okay.
And like went like he was going to hit her, but then I got in between them. Right.
How old was she when that happened?
Probably 13 and 14.
Okay. So this morning he comes back in and...
He comes back in, I wouldn't give him his phone. He was screaming at me to give him his phone. He was very worried about whatever was on his text that he did not want me to see. And so I was just holding it there and he was screaming at me. And I was kind of walking around the house with it so he couldn't get it. He's like reaching for it and stuff like that. And so Tylee came out of her room upset and she had a bat. And she told him to leave her mother alone, like, right? So she was really, whatever, and he's screaming at her, don't you hit me with that bat, and blah, 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 blah. And then my brother heard all the commotion because he was in there in bed, and so he came out into the main room, and I guess whatever.
What's your brother's name?
Alex.
Alex, okay.
And then he just started, he was screaming, and he was super upset, and whatever, and he's yelling at Tylee, don't you hit me with that bat, and blah, blah, blah. And so Tylee, I guess, I don't know if she swung at him or what, but he, like, grabbed the bat from Tylee and then went to, like, hit Tylee with the bat. It was, and I was right there, and they were right there, and my brother grabbed him from behind, like, just to stop him from hitting Tylee.
You go like this, like he grabbed him, like...
Yeah, from behind, like, just kind of to pull him back. And then they got into the thing, and he's hitting him with the bat, and they're on the ground, like, grappling around or whatever. And then, it was all
and he
quickly.
And he hit your brother with the bat while they were grappling and stuff?
Yeah, yes, he was hitting him with the bat, like swinging the bat, back and forth, and they were kind of like on the ground, and I was like freaking out trying to go around, knowing JJ was in the car, right? And so then he got up and he had the bat like this towards me, and I was going around the other side to try to just get out of his range where he couldn't hit me. And then I had told Tylee, because she was on the ground, because after he took the bat from her, she fell back. And so I told her, I was like, go get in the car with JJ. Like, I don't want JJ coming in to the house, and I wanted her out of the way. I wanted the kids out of the way, whatever this fight was going to be. And then,
do you remember what your husband or your brother were saying or yelling during all of this? If they were at all?
Just kind of, get off me, ow, or whatever. They were like, don't talk to my niece about it, whatever. Like, it was, I don't remember specifics, but they were kind of in the heat of it. I don't think there was many words that I remember.
So Tylee goes outside.
Yeah, she was outside.
And then what happened?
Then they got up from that, and my brother had stepped back, I guess, and then Charles was coming with me at the back, yelling at me to give him his phone still, because I had it in my hand. It was all really quickly. And then when I went around kind of in the circle, then my brother was there.
When you said when you were going around and he was coming at you with the bat, how was he holding the bat?
Just like that, like backwards, almost in one arm.
Like he was swinging, but like swinging it backwards? He would have done like
he would have swung it backwards at me, not frontwards.
Okay, yeah.
He was a professional baseball player.
Okay.
So it wasn't a good idea for Tyler to get out of that.
Probably not the.
I mean, he played semi-pro
Yeah.
when he was young. But, yeah, and then I was kind of turned around, and we were all right there in that room, except for the kids had been outside by that time, and I heard the gunshot. Mm-hmm. And
so you heard the shot?
Mm-hmm.
Did you actually see the shot, or did you just hear it?
I had gone around to the kitchen to get away from him, and so back around. So I don't know if you went in the house.
I didn't, so I'm like a little bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, so I didn't see the shot. I heard it, and then I came back around and I saw that he was on the ground.
Okay.
And was freaking out.
Yeah.
And so I was just freaking out, and it just went into mama. I'm like, I've got to go to get JJ to school. I've got to get to the kids. I just felt like I got to get to the kids. Mm-hmm. And so I just went outside and to see if they were in there okay. I didn't want them coming back in the house when all that was going on. And got JJ in the car, and he was trying to come in. Mm-hmm. And Tylee was like looking at me with like the crazy eyes, like what just happened. And I told her to get in the car and we're going to take JJ to school. Mm-hmm. And I just left.
When you came back in and you saw him on the ground, where was your brother? Did you see him where he was at?
Yeah, he was right in front of him.
Okay.
Like, it all happened very quickly. I feel like I was there because I was right there, and like a second later. Like, okay. I just went around the kitchen to get away from him.
Did your brother say anything to you at all? Do you remember?
No, we were both just in shock.
Okay.
Like, it was just I didn't say anything. I went out with the kids just to check on them first, and I was going to come back in maybe, but I didn't. I was like, I just have to get him to school and call the police, come back, whatever.
Did anybody say did you or your brother say anything at some point about calling the police or calling 911? Do you remember?
Yeah, he called me.
Okay.
And he said, are you taking JJ to school? Uh-huh. And I said, yeah, we need to call the police. And he said, okay.
Okay. So he called you when you didn't come back inside, basically?
Right.
Okay.
Because I was like in the car for a minute, and then I was like, what do I do? Mm-hmm. And I didn't want JJ to go inside, and I didn't know what to do, and Tylee was freaking out. I was trying to get them away from the scene.
Understandable. Mm-hmm. And you may not know this, mm-hmm. So, because I know you heard the shot, do you know at what point your brother had the gun? Do you know if he had it when they got in their first fight, or did he have to go get it, or do you know that at all?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know.
And do you remember if you ever heard your brother?
I didn't see him ever leave the room.
Okay.
So it was so fast. All that was so fast. Like him on the ground, rolling around, and I'm screaming. And
this probably happened in a couple seconds.
Yeah. I mean, it was like super fast.
And I don't know if you know this or not, does your brother normally carry a gun? Like, I carry a gun everywhere I go.
Right. Like, I know he's a gun person. Like, he has guns and things.
Okay.
He's good with guns.
Did you know that he had one with him?
No.
When he came over?
No, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did. Because he's very, very professional with guns.
Proficient, professional. Responsible is usually a good
word. Responsible with guns.
And then, do you remember if at any time, so you were trying to get away from him, and you heard the shot. Prior to the shot, do you remember at any point hearing your husband or your brother saying anything to either of them?
No.
So my second very ridiculous question is there anything else that I didn't ask about or anything that we didn't cover that you think is important? I always ask that just because I wasn't there, and so we're going through something that happened a super small amount of time.
Yes. Can I step like this?
Yeah, go for it.
Just thinking. Just that he was just so angry, like super scary.
Did you
You know how you take your phone away from like a 16-year-old and they freak out? Like their world disintegrates. Like I've taken my phone away from a 16-year-old boy before, and he like, he's like wanted to kill himself because like they kidnapped him. That's how it was. It was like, if something on his phone that he does not want me to see, that he was like freaking out, like to the point where I thought he would hit me in the back of the head to get the phone.
Okay. So you thought, and not, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you thought it was possible that he was going to hurt you.
Absolutely, he was going to hurt me and Tylee.
Okay.
Not JJ. He would never hurt JJ.
Okay.
And he hurt my brother. Like he was going like ballistic about. It was bad.
Okay. I'm gonna go talk to her real quick.
Okay.
And then if, obviously, you know, we'll be here for a little bit, hopefully not too much longer. But if you think of anything or there's anything that kind of pops in your head or something else that we didn't cover, obviously. So I'm gonna go talk to her for just a little bit, and then I'll kind of come back and check with you. And then we'll kind of go from there. So I know my partner's talking to your brother over in one of the other interview rooms. So we're going to just try to get, you know, as much done as we can and go from there.
Okay.
Okay. And then, is there anybody that you need to call or anything, or you want to wait a little bit?
I don't know what I would say.
No. And wait a little bit. We'll see.
Yeah. I don't know what I would say.
And if you want to, you can think about it. So we do have victim services that work within the police department. They're right over here. They're not cops. They're civilians. And they do, Jessica, who was out there with the fire department, so they're kind of our crisis response. They come right away. So our victim services that work in the department are kind of more long-term type support systems. So they're just a really good resource because they do a lot of stuff with our families and things like that, and can help with support services and questions you might have.
She's been through so much.
So it might be a good
I just
idea.
can't stand for her to have to go through all this.
Yeah, it might be a good idea maybe before I take you guys back today that I get one of them to come in and maybe sit and talk with you guys and see. And it's not something there's a bunch of stuff they can, you know, offer, but it's good to have a contact and like a name and a face and a phone number.
That'd be good.
You know, that way maybe a couple days from now, a week from now, or if there's something going on or you think you need help with something, it may not be something that's necessarily up like me and my partner's alley, but it very much may be up theirs. So I'd like for you to meet one of them before we leave. That way, hopefully if there's something that they can help you and your daughter with, they can, or even JJ or whatever else.
Right. Yeah, exactly. I
Okay.
hadn't thought about him.
Yeah. So,
I mean, he's used to him not being there, but he wouldn't understand even if you told him,
right,
like, that somebody passed away. He doesn't understand
what that means. Well, I mean, it's hard at 7 to understand that anyways.
Right, that's true. But with him, he just doesn't, which is probably better because he doesn't comprehend things, but I don't know. It's just, that's a lot to think about.
Yeah. So let me go find one of them, and then we'll make sure that you guys get to meet with them before you leave, because that might be something very helpful for you guys. And I'm going to go speak with your daughter for just a little bit, and we'll kind of go from there.
Okay.
Okay? And if you need anything, let me know, okay? Okay.
How many lies did we catch Lori in? Right? I'm going to go ahead and fast forward through this. And again, this This is what they play. This is what Cassandra, the detective, was playing yesterday in court. You know, just like little clips, little clips, little clips. So I wonder if Lori's going to play this entire thing for her defense. Right? What do you think? Do you think having Lori, if Lori plays this in her defense, do you think that's going to help her? What do you guys think?
I like your daughter a lot.
She's fun.
Yeah. So one of the victim services, Denise, is here. So I kind of told her just a little bit of what happened.
Okay.
So if you're good with it, I'm going to have her come over and I'm going to introduce her to you guys so you guys can talk for a little bit, which kind of works well too because I need to run over to where my partner's at and just talk to him a little bit. That way you guys will have a little bit, hopefully, extra support if you need it. So I'm going to go grab Denise real fast and then introduce you guys.
Okay.
Okay?
That'd be great.
So this is Denise.
Hi. Hi, sorry. I'm sweaty. That's somebody else.
So she's gonna take you over to like a conference room so you guys can sit and talk and stuff. And then you can just, once you guys talk and kind of, you can decide if you're comfortable with Tylee coming in or whatever.
Okay, sure.
And then we'll
I just don't want her to be left alone in
Yeah,
by herself.
yeah.
She's freaking out.
so we keep kind of popping in and checking on her and
I
stuff.
just don't want her to be alone too long.
Yeah.
We'll be as brief for as long as you want, okay? I'm here to try to, you got lots of choices when you talk, so we'll just get started and then then we'll go from there. Does that sound okay? All right, thanks.
They handed me this, but that was just out of his rental car.
All right, so that was the day of. That was like an hour, right? That was at 9:42 to 10:37. So Charles comes over at 7:30. Probably gets shot around 7:45, 7:50, somewhere in there. And then Alex doesn't call 911 for like 45, 46, 47 minutes, something like that. And then he calls at like 8:30-ish. I forget when he calls, but let's just say 8:30. So this was at 9:30. So this literally was an hour after he had called 911. So, Rockin' Dawkins, yes, hello, Rockin' Dawkins. Thank you for joining us. All right, now next up we have Tylee, right? Now Tylee is in the other room. Now here's where I kind of agree with Lori yesterday, where she was saying they were separated because Lori asked on cross, did you ask me if you could interview my daughter? And I do kind of I agree with Lori on that. Tylee's 16. Apparently she has panic attacks. I had no idea about that. But she was interviewed not as a suspect, but as a witness. She was just interviewed, and Cassandra, Detective Incklin, talked about that. But I still wish that there had been somebody in that interview room with Tylee, and it wasn't just an officer with a big old gun. So you guys tell me what you think. I think they should have. I think they should have had somebody in this room with her, because I know I'd be afraid if I was 16, right? What do you guys think? Do you think Tylee should have been left alone? Well, sorry, not left alone. Do you think she should have been interviewed? Should there have been somebody else? Sorry. Should there have been somebody else in the room with her while she was being, quote unquote, interviewed?
Hi. So you have to spell your name because we're all taking guesses on how to spell it. We're not sure.
Tylee.
Okay, I was right. And what's your last name?
Ryan, Ryan.
And your birthday? And then, do you have a phone?
Yeah.
What's your phone number? Okay. So I know this is going to kind of sound like kind of a silly question because it's...
Yeah, so Tylee's 16 at this point. She's 16 years old. She knows that her stepdad was shot and she's by herself. I think I'm okay with her being quote unquote by herself, but I still think there should have been that victim advocate with her just to be like, it's okay, don't worry, you know, because here comes, thankfully it was a female officer. It wasn't a male cop. It was a female officer. She still has a gun. And detective's pretty, she's Cassandra. She's pretty disarming. She doesn't come across as like, this big bad officer, but I still, this I'll give Lori points for this. I think she had a point where she said, why wasn't anybody there with my daughter? Why wasn't I there? She shouldn't have been there. They should have separated them. We get that. I still think somebody should have been there with her.
Super broad, but can you basically tell me what happened today? And you can start at whatever place makes sense for you to kind of start and explain. I'll probably kind of ask you questions as we go a little bit.
Okay. So I woke up probably around like 7:50, I want to say, because I heard yelling from like right outside my door. And I don't even know where, but I immediately like jumped up, and I have a baseball bat because when I was living at my uncle's by myself, I just wanted something to like feel safer, and I'm not old enough to get like pepper spray or anything, so I was like, okay, I'll get a baseball bat. So I have that.
So your bedroom, you said that right outside your bedroom door, and I didn't go in the house, so I'm at a little bit of a disadvantage. So what is your bedroom door open to?
My bedroom door open, so the room that my uncle was staying in, the room that's kind of like the guest room, if my room's right here, that's right there.
Okay.
And then my little brother's room, and then kitchen's kind of back here, so it's like a little hallway, and then right here is kind of where everything happened. Okay. Like the big, you walk in and...
Like big great room, kind of living room?
Yeah, right now it just has mirrors up because my mom wanted a dance room. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. Kind of unconventional, but...
Hey, whatever makes you happy. It's your guys' house, so...
Right. So, yeah, I immediately just jumped up, and I grabbed my baseball bat, and I opened the door, and it was my stepdad, outside the doorway, and then my uncle kind of in the doorway, and then I could hear my mom behind him, and he was just screaming at both of them, like, I don't even know what he was saying, because honestly, I was just too, like wired, I guess. So I told him to take a few steps back. I was like, you're too close, you need to step back, and he was like, don't tell me what to do, and I just kind of just stood there, and then my uncle kind of moved out of the way, and then my mom kind of went past him and into like the big room where everything happened, and so I walked with them, and then
So they were more in the hallway?
Yeah, they were at like the end of the hallway, basically, and so my mom walked all the way around, and he kind of followed them, and I just kind of stood. My uncle was like right here, and then my stepdad right here, and then me and my mom were kind of right here. And I didn't do anything with the baseball bat, I kind of just held it there, and he was getting really close to my mom, so I kind of stuck it out like between them, and they were both just yelling, and he was like, if you hit me with that baseball bat, you're going to go to jail, and I just kind of stood there with the baseball bat, and I didn't really say anything.
When you said they were yelling, who was yelling?
It was mostly my stepdad. Okay. Well, he was really the only one like yelling. My mom was kind of like responding, but I honestly couldn't tell you what they were saying. It was kind of just like all jumbled up in my head. And so I just kind of stuck the baseball bat out there, and then he just grabbed it,
and tried to take it, so I held on to the end, and then eventually I fell, and he kind of took it into his hands like he was going to do something with it, and that's when...
So when you fell, he ended up with the bat?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so I fell to the ground, and then my uncle kind of like, I saw him take a step back, so my uncle, I think, grabbed him and kind of took him back so he couldn't like do anything.
You saw your stepdad like take a step back?
Take a step back, because he was really close to begin with, and then and so my mom said to go with JJ, and so I ran out the door, and then I kind of just stood there with my little brother. He was in the front seat of the car, and so I just kind of opened the door and just stood there, and like, he was trying to get out, and I was like, no, we have to stay in, and I was like, oh, like, I told him, like, do you want to go in the Jeep? And then he was like, no, and then I realized that my car was blocked in, so I couldn't anyways. I was like, okay, like, just stay here, and then eventually my mom came out, and then we left from there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what happened inside of the house? Has your mom kind of explained it all to you?
I just kind of asked her, like, because I heard a noise, which I know what it was now, but it sounded like, because I knew that the basement I was in there, it sounded like someone, like, took it and hit it really hard against the floor.
Okay.
And so I was kind of like, Al's okay, right? Because that's my uncle. So I just wanted to make sure that, like, my stepdad didn't do anything to my uncle and stuff. And so she was like, no, like, Al's fine. Like, we're just going to take JJ to school. And I was like, okay. So I just got in the car. And then we went to Burger King because my little brother wanted breakfast, which was chicken fries for some reason.
Okay. I do dinner for breakfast all the time.
Breakfast for dinner and dinner for breakfast.
So, to kind of back up a little bit, so you had talked about your stepdad, when you put the bat out, your stepdad was coming towards your mom. Can you describe to me a little bit better kind of what was going on there? Like, is there a reason you put the bat up?
Yeah, he was walking towards my mom, and I just didn't want him to do anything, so I kind of just stuck out the bat. Like, my mom was right beside me, and he was right there, so it wasn't, like, between them.
Okay.
It was kind of just, like, I just stuck it out to be, like, keep your distance, kind of.
When you say you didn't want him to do anything, what did you think he was going to do?
Hit her.
Okay.
Yeah, it's, for the most part, been pretty, like, mundane, but there have been a few, like, violent times with him when I was really scared that he was going to hit me or hit my mom, like, just because everything was kind of crazy. Me and him have always kind of not gotten along, like, just since I was little, and so there have been a few times that we've gotten in fights and stuff like that, and so, so I'm just kind of always scared of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, so that happened, and he grabbed the bat from you. So kind of tell me that again real quick.
So I kind of stuck it out, and this is when he was like, if you hit me with that baseball bat, you're going to jail, and I didn't say anything, because I'm like, okay. And so I'm holding it by, like, the end of the bat, like, the place where you hold it, and so he kind of took it, and I kind of, like, lunged forward and kind of lost, like, my footing, and so my mom was like, just let go, and so, I kind of, like, slipped and I fell, kind of on, like, my side.
Okay.
Yeah, and then from that, my mom said to go to the car, so I just got up and ran out the door.
Okay, did you see, when you fell towards your side, did you see what he did with the bat?
No, I wasn't really looking in that direction, because from where I fell, the door was kind of more in my line of vision, because I fell looking this way and the door was, like, right there, so I didn't look back.
So he was at a different line of sight than what you were looking at?
Yeah.
Okay. And then at some point you saw him kind of take a step back, and from what you're saying, and tell me if I'm wrong or not, you didn't necessarily see your uncle pulling back, but it seems like that maybe...
It seems like he wouldn't have taken a step back on his own, so it's more of an assumption than anything. I didn't see him physically take him back.
And does that make sense based on where your uncle was at that time?
Yeah, he was behind him, because he wasn't on this side with me and my mom, so he was behind him.
Okay.
Because that's kind of just the order where everyone walked out.
And when that happened and then your mom told you to go, did you see what happened with your stepdad and uncle?
No.
Okay. And then once you went outside with your brother, you never came back inside?
Oh, I went to go get my mom's purse from inside so that we could have, like, her wallet and everything, but this was all happening, like I said, like, in the bigger room right here. And so I went through the garage door, and so the garage door is right here, and then there's like a little hallway, and then this is kind of where everything is, and then this is my mom's room.
Okay.
So when I went in, I kind of like just tuned everything out, ran to my mom's closet, ran back, so I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything.
When did you go back in and get her purse?
After my mom came out.
Okay. So after you heard that loud noise?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you heard the loud noise, was your mom outside or inside?
I'm trying to think. I think she was inside when it happened and the door opened like immediately after.
Okay. So very quickly after the door opened?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it wasn't like a long period of time, because I remember not like thinking about it for that long, and if my mom hadn't come out immediately, I would have, been thinking about it for a lot longer than I had.
So obviously I don't know like your mom and stepdad and uncle like you do. I don't. So can you tell me kind of where the three of them were at kind of emotionally and how they were behaving when all this was happening?
When all this was happening, or like before?
When all this was happening. So like when you came out of your room and he took the bat from you and...
Yeah, so my stepdad was like, he was like, I don't even know how to explain it. He honestly just looked like kind of a crazy person.
Okay.
Like, screaming, and like his face was beet red. He just looked like really mad. I remember when he took the bat from me, I saw his face for like a split second, and I honestly, like, it didn't even look like him. He just looked like pure like rage. Like he was just seeing red. So I haven't really seen him like all the way like that before. That's like the craziest I've ever seen him. And then my uncle was kind of calm, like not super calm. Obviously it was like a stressful situation, but he's like, I don't know, he was kind of just standing there in the doorway, kind of just being protective of my mom, but he wasn't yelling or really saying anything.
Okay. And
my mom was just he was yelling, and my mom was kind of just like talking.
Okay.
So yeah.
But you don't remember, if you do, like what your mom was saying at all, or what he was mad about?
No, not really. I'm sorry.
Okay. It's okay.
Honestly, like
we're talking about something that probably happened over 2 seconds of time. So.
Yeah, honestly, it feels like 2 seconds and 40 minutes at the same time.
Yeah.
So I don't remember what they were really saying. I just kind of heard yelling over everything. I don't know. I kind of just do that whenever things are like really loud. I kind of just like tune what people are saying out, because I don't know, just yelling isn't fun, obviously, for a kid to hear. And with my biological dad, I always heard him like screaming and stuff, so I kind of just learned how to like tune it out.
So when you woke up to yelling, and you had said you weren't sure what they were actually saying, did you know who was yelling when you heard the yelling? Yeah,
I knew it was my stepdad. Well, at first I kind of didn't. Like when you first wake up, you're kind of disoriented. And then I remembered that my stepdad was like coming in to take my little brother to school today, so I immediately like knew it was him. And then my uncle I knew was staying, so I knew that was him. And then my mom, obviously, I knew that was her. Yeah.
And then, so you stepped out of your room and you took the bat with you. Is there a reason why you took the bat with you?
Honestly, I think that was kind of just like first instinct. Like obviously I didn't ever hit him with the bat or anything like that. It was kind of just for like security, I guess, to know that I had it. I didn't do anything with it. In hindsight, I probably just shouldn't have brought it out at all because it caused more trouble. But it was kind of just first instinct, and it was right by my bed. So I kind of just like jumped up and grabbed it.
So I'm trying not to put like words in your mouth and stuff.
You're good.
So was there something in particular that you were concerned about that you would have taken the bat with you?
Only if he had been violent towards like me or my mom.
I'm assuming you're talking about your stepdad?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. But it wasn't like, oh, I'm going to take the bat and like do something with it. It was kind of just like, I need something in my hands to like feel safer.
I got to interject. Like, this is a lot of detail, and this is the first time that she's being asked this, right? Okay, so if she was coached by Lori, which I'm not saying she wasn't, how would Lori know what questions the detective was going to ask? I don't know, man. I'm not getting she's lying. I'm getting that she's telling the truth. And I think maybe there was an altercation with Charles, but she went outside and she heard only one shot. So maybe both things are true. Maybe there was an altercation. Maybe Charles was upset because he had it up to his eyeballs with Lori's, BS. So there was maybe an altercation. Lori sends Tylee out. Alex says, hey, this is the perfect opportunity, shoots. And then, because Tylee only hears one shot, but why would he shoot him a second time? I don't know. I'm not getting that she's, like, I can understand when you're on the stand and you've been asked multiple times by your lawyer and it sounds rehearsed and coached. She doesn't sound like how could Lori anticipate the questions that this detective was going to ask in order for her to respond? Because the detail is just so, I don't know. I'm having a hard time with this, I'm thinking maybe there was an altercation. I don't know.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So my kind of second dumb question is, and I don't know that there necessarily is, but I always kind of want to make sure, is there anything that, we didn't talk about or I didn't ask you about or anything that you think is important or anything that I should know? Because it's harder for you because you were there, and so I'm asking questions about something I didn't even see. So I just want to make sure, like, I didn't miss something or anything that you think I should know about.
That was pretty much it.
Okay. And if you think of something, in 5 minutes and tomorrow or whatever else, we can always talk again. It's totally fine. So I talked to your mom about, we have some victim services people that work here. They're not cops. They're really good at what they do. So I really want your mom to talk to them because I think it would be good that your mom has, and you guys have maybe some extra support if you need anything, go moving on. So I'm going to check in with your mom real quick, and if she's good to go, then I'm going to introduce one of them to you guys. That way you guys can talk before I take you guys back. Okay? Sound fair? Okay. Do you have any questions for me at all?
No.
Okay. If you do, let me know, okay? Okay.
All right, so that's basically it. That's basically it. I mean, I don't know. Therapists, I'm not sure if people believe there was an altercation or not. I'm having a hard time. I know that Lori got Charles there. I get that. She had Alex come over. I get that. She took Charles's phone. Totally 100% agree with that, to start something. Tylee comes out to try and protect. So, okay, so let's say that Lori and Alex made this whole thing up. And they say, okay, Tylee, we're gonna tell you this is what happened. Charles comes over, he starts yelling at me, you come out of the bedroom with your bat, you try to protect me, Alex steps in, Charles grabs the bat away. I mean, there's just so much detail. There's just so much detail that Tylee doesn't skip a beat. She's not like, well, she's, and yeah, they had 45 minutes to go over their story, but 45 minutes, you remember what it was like when you were 16. Could you remember a story like that? And that much detail in 45 minutes? I know I couldn't. I don't know, man. I'm having a hard time with this now. Now that I see Tylee's version of it. And she only heard one shot. All right, LW, if it's not word for word coaching, the mission was to support the defense on self-protection. That was what was coached at all costs, even that she could go to jail for the bat. All right, I have no question. I have no doubt about that, or I can totally see that. I can see that Lori's like, well, you better say that, Charles came at me and you came back at me with the bat. And then Alex jumped in. I mean, I guess they're allowed to have different perspectives as long as they have the overall story right. Okay, Charles comes over. He's going to pick up JJ. He comes at me with the bat. Or I'm sorry, he gets mad at me. You come and out. You protect me with the bat. I don't know. It seems more plausible to me that Lori took Charles's phone. She knew that would piss him off. He gets upset. And there was some kind of history there. There must have been some kind of history because Tylee didn't drop a beat with that. She's like, yeah, we've always had some kind of issue with each other. Like she doesn't miss a beat with that. So maybe there was something there that they just didn't quite jive. And then Lori grabs the phone knowing it's going to upset Charles. Charles gets upset. He's like, look here, I've had it up to here with you. Give me my phone back. And then Tylee generally says, no, she generally is protecting her mom. And then Lori knows Alex has a gun, sends Tylee out, and Alex shoots Charles. That seems a little bit more plausible than the three of them concocting this whole story and then being, I mean, there's lies within their story, but it's pretty much the same. Their story is pretty much the same. Tylee's bio dad is Joe Ryan. He's the one that Charles tried to taser and he spent 90 days in jail. He ended up dying as well. Joe Ryan has passed away as well. So in 2007, Alex attacked Joe Ryan, that's Tylee's dad, with a stun gun during a custody-related dispute. At the time, Joe was trying to see his daughter Tylee and was involved in a contentious custody battle with Lori. Alex waited for Joe in a parking lot outside a supervised visitation center in Austin and tased him multiple times. After the attack, Alex was arrested and eventually convicted of aggravated assault. He served about 90 days. So Joe died suddenly in 2018, which was with what was ruled a heart attack. So Joe died in 2018. It seems like it. That to me is pretty obvious that on during the trial yesterday and listening to this interview, Lori says she took his phone, and she says Charles never leaves, or he always leaves something so that when he leaves whatever, he has to always come back. So Lori tells the detective, I took his phone, and I'm like, what are these texts about? What are these texts about? And I think it was the intervention text, because Adam was coming into town. So I think that's why Lori took his phone and was like, what are these texts about? What are these texts about? Groovy Cheryl, Lori even mentioned to the insurance agent that Dad had set them up with their own apartment, so Tylee was instructed, we won't need stepdad anymore. Not sure if Tylee knew that this would be the result. I'm not saying that she wasn't, but the level of detail to me is just phenomenal. And I don't know. I'm not giving Lori that much credit that her and Alex were able to come up with this. I don't know. Sinbad, I have a forgiving heart. Do you not remember who's on trial? Lori's good at what a malignant narcissist is good at, manipulation. Tylee was a victim of her mom's long time lies and BS. I'm not disagreeing with that, but the level of detail on this one specific moment is what I'm having a hard time with now. Pilola's mom, how is Tylee so calm? It's so unnatural, it seems. They are all of them are calm, right? That's what's freaking me out. All three of them, right? Alex is like laughing, talking about how he's overweight or something. Lori's yapping away, talking about, what her deal is. Yeah, I mean, it's weird how they're all just kind of, all of them are just very strange, very strange. All right, we have a feed here. Let me pull up the feed. We can people watch before trial starts. We like to people watch. Gimme. He was very calm for someone who is reported to have panic attacks. That's true. That is very true. Tag, Lori is very smart and manipulative. Too many people overlook that because she's already guilty for the kids, but look at how many she manipulated. And I'm not disagreeing with that. I guess my only problem is the amount of detail that a 16-year-old gives for a moment that she says literally lasted 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 2 minutes, whatever it was. I just feel like she has her level of detail, and it just seems so natural. I mean, the way she describes the story, it just seems so natural. It's not like, I don't know, I couldn't do that when I was 16. I couldn't do that. I don't know. I would have stumbled over my words. I would have been like, hum. I would have turned red. I would have been embarrassed. I would have had just a different reaction, I guess. I don't know how somebody can tell a lie in that amount of detail and not trip over themselves. When he says, I wonder if Tylee is so calm because she's used to Lori and having no emotion. Could be. Evil Queen says, that's interesting. I wonder if he let her take the phone or did her brother hold the gun on him and make him hand her the phone. We will never know, but that's just speculation. That's true. Oh, Lena Ray saying meow from Pearl. Look, oh, Luna, I can say it. Naxumbra. Luna Naxumbra. Here, let me give you a Super Bowl. Super Bowl moment. There's a little Super Bowl. Look at her little pause. Super Bowl's all chilling. Super Bowl. Okay. Hellcat, yeah, she's listened to her mom's lies for years. I guess, right, if you're groomed and you're trained. Yeah. Seriously. But what we really want to know is, what does Super Bowl have to add? DMB. Luna. Krista made a good point. Let's see, what did Krista say? Krista, that's assuming that the story. Wait, what's going on? Dang it. Slight hot mic there. All right, Krista says that's assuming that the story was only that morning. The story could have been prepared before the day. That is true. Wow, do you think a 16-year-old would go along with that, though? Yeesh. P. Lola's mom, do you think Lori said all those things to Tylee and she just repeated it to the police? Good. Tammy, the ride to Burger King and to JJ school was plenty of time to manipulate Tylee's mind by Lori. I have no doubt she saw an angry scream fest, though. Traveling Teresa, that's exactly what I think. Then ran to the house to have Tylee as witness, but not know what was actually going on. All right, what does Luna? Everyone in this community is the goat. Love all around, my friends. You mean more to me than you will ever know. Thank you, Luna. That's really sweet. Thank you for that. I'm glad you're part of our community. All right, let me see. What was Groovy Cheryl? No, that's outside court. Oh, Dwayne's with us. Where's Dwayne? Where's my buddy Dwayne? There you are. Hello, Dwayne. Thank you for joining us. Lost interest in the hearing, so tuned out and still in the window sipping coffee. I hope everyone is well. Right on. Shirley Roth, all the kitties are sleeping. DMB, your first son is currently roaming the house. All right, here, LWLW. I think she grabbed the phone out of the cup holder. Yes, she did. Oh, well, that's what the detective said, that she gave the phone back to the detective and she grabbed it from the cup holder. That is true. Hellcat, floating kitty kitty. LW, she sent Tylee back in to get Lori's purse after murder just occurred in that house. Who does that? Who sends a kid in? Yeah. Rockin' Dockins. Yes, that's our sweet little Super Bowl. Seriously says Tylee would have never given up JJ. Yeah, those two were buds. Deidre says, but only Charles was yelling. Yeah, I don't believe that. I do think it was a yell fest because I think Charles was like, he'd had enough of it. He's just like, I'm sure, what come on, give me my, give me my phone. I can still see this happening as it happened. And then Lori sends Tylee out and then Alex does what he does. I can see that. Hey, Northwest. Good morning to you. Baka. Right behind. Nope, someone is smoking behind. Oh, right behind me. Oh, because there's smoke coming over. I didn't see that. Somebody just blew some smoke over. Northwest saying hello. Victoria. Throughout the trial, Lori has been saying that Tylee and Charles had a contentious relationship, so no wonder Tylee was not upset about his demise. That is true. She even said it. You heard her say it in that interview that we just watched, that they didn't get along. That they didn't get along. And that Lori said that Charles came after her son. So that would be Colby. And I think therapist, I think I saw you say, has Colby ever acknowledged that? Or, Lori is saying that Charles came after her son. So that's Colby. She said in her opening statement, the evidence will show, twos, that they have video evidence of Charles being aggressive to Tylee. So we'll see. We'll see if that ever comes out. Tag, they also had a pool party that afternoon. Yeah. Yeah, that's just so wrong. Sandra Beach, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Green-Eyed Cat, hello to you. I actually think that their stories sound rehearsed because they are so similar. I think the detail in Tylee's account is a sign she was fed the story. I guess I'm just having trouble believing a 16-year-old DMB Tuesday. Yes, Golden Girl. They had, according to the landlord, they had a beach party afterwards. I guess I'm having a hard time believing that a 16-year-old would do that without showing some kind of sign. Like, I don't, as a 16-year-old, are you that self-aware that you can hide when you're lying? I can't even hide when I'm lying now, let alone when I was 16. So, especially something to that in depth. So who are these people? Cameras floating around. Therapist, same. I think only someone with serious personality disorders could lie that well at 16. I don't see it, right? I think back to when I was. Careful, Squeegee, someone waving chopper arms behind you. What are you seeing behind? What are you seeing behind me that I'm not? Somebody's waving chopper arms? Like, I mean, I would, of course, I mean, everybody lies. I get that. But to tell a lie to that extent and then not show it on some level, like she didn't, right? It didn't seem like she was lying to me. Krista, if she was medicated for anxiety, she could have. Just a thought. So she could have just been chill. Tag says, if someone I love was just murdered by accident, the last thing I could think of is eating, let alone hot dogs in a pool party. Well, she didn't love Tag. That's the problem. She did not love Charles. So say that same thing, but if it was somebody that I didn't love was just murdered by accident, again, you're not going to have a pool party, but they didn't love each other. She didn't love him. He loved her, I guess, kind of still, but she most certainly did not love him. Sinbad, you were an excellent liar at 16 if manipulating into telling a lie. Northwest says, Lori wanted Tylee to take her anxiety meds before interview. Jamie says, I would tell the truth when I was 16 because I knew no one would believe me. LWLW, I'm going to just say LW squared. The fiercely protective mother who claimed the last two husbands assaulted the children while the third one killed them doesn't make sense. Shirley Roth, I was not a good liar as a kid. My sister was a great liar and got away with so much. LW was a good liar when you were 16, trying to hide smoking and get out of going to school. Oh, yeah, you want to hear about the Walgreens flip-flops. Yeah. Well, she said that she ran out of the house so quickly that they didn't have shoes, and she had to go to Walgreens to get flip-flops because the pavement was so hot. That was her story. Hey, Lady Bird, thank you for joining us. Oh, wow, Mallory, thank you for your 1999. Appreciate that. In your opinion, Tylee didn't need to be in on it. Lori groomed Tylee into believing Charles is abusive and has helped make the relationship sour. I can see that. Lori was probably screaming, stop, don't touch me, so maybe Tylee did bring a bat. Lori sends her out and then boom. That's kind of where I'm going with. I'm kind of going in that direction as well, Mallory. I think there was this discord. I think there was discord in the relationship with Tylee and Charles. I think Lori created this whole thing And Tylee was just trying to protect her mom. I think that may have been the case. And maybe Charles did kind of grab the bat and say, come on, stop it. He could have been like, Tylee, come on, just stop it. And then that gets blown up into, he grabbed it and he was red in the face, and then Lori sends Tylee out, and then Charles does what he does. I'm kind of leaning in that direction myself, to be quite honest. In every little lie, there's some truth. You know what I'm saying? So I'm sure Charles was not, he probably was upset. He probably wasn't like, oh, hey, thanks for taking my phone. He was probably like, give me my freaking phone back. What are you doing? And then Lori's like, she yells at him. And then Tylee's like, comes out with the bats, trying, hey, what's going on? So Mallory, thank you so much for that. It was very sweet of you. Voila! Front. Kathy Smith, when I say protect, I mean go along with the story so Lori and Alex wouldn't be arrested. That's true. LW squared, right? With Lori was as a mother, reality and truth telling was not the way of the family. That is true. And we were hearing yesterday that Debbie, the ex-husband of Alex, that Lori would like, jump on him and wrap her legs around him, and he would like bounce her. I mean, and apparently there was, he was SA to 15-year-old. Whatever happened to that? Why didn't we? Where is that in the grand scheme of things? And this was when Lori was 20, Debbie was 22, and Charles was 24. Like, where is that? Therapist says, not everyone reacts the same way on medication. Certainly Xanax, it doesn't necessarily cause slurred speech and funky vision. Dwayne, sorry to hear that. I don't know what to tell you. Lily Wayne, when did Lori see Charles deleted for the first time? Had she seen Charles deleted already when she sent Tylee into the house for her purse? Oh, okay. Lori would need to be sure it was Charles gone. She says she was in the house and she heard the sound and she came around and she saw Charles laying down. So she saw Charles after Tylee was outside. She went outside to check on JJ and Lori, JJ and Tylee. She sent Tylee back in, I think, to get the purse. So she saw Charles get shot. Well, she heard Charles get shot. Tylee was already outside. Rockin' Dawkins, yeah. Remember the friend testified Lori would berate Tylee about her weight? Yeah. All right, Sarcasm. Go get yourself a snack and some coffee. Everybody needs more coffee. Made popcorn yesterday for Joe's show and forgot about it. Found it in a microwave this morning. Day old breakfast coffee. Wow, that's like college. Sinbad, are you reverting back to your college days? That's totally something I would do if I was like 18, 19, 20. Missy Russell, I would have done anything for my mom at 16. Fair enough. Moon Pie NC. I wonder if the jurors are curious where other witnesses in the house are. Lori's story is the only one. Duh. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. For sure, they're like, where's this Tylee? Where's Tylee? Where's this Tylee daughter of yours? We know she's 16. We know it was 2019. So she's 6 years older. She's like 22. Where is she? Are we going to hear from her? Ohio Pom Mom. So she supposedly saw him on the ground and sent her teenage daughter, who supposedly gets panic attacks, back into the house. Yeah, exactly. Northwest Dale pizza on the counter is the classic. Yep. Yep. Crack another beer, eat a slice of pizza, you're good to go. Breakfast of champions. You did not hear that from me.
But yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing that you can do to right up, like the man.
Yeah, I'll grab that. I'll end up just taking it home. I'll upload it remotely. Will there be a folder already in the dailies, or?
If you want to just put it, if you want to make a new folder, or you could just consider whatever.
I'll just put it in.
I
Oh, go ahead.
was gonna say I have a folder on my computer for this story just because I've read so much. But if you just want to create one, then
I'll just put it in the dailies,
Yeah, just
and
put
then
it
you
in
can
the
just rip
dailies.
it out.
that's perfect. I'll copy it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you.
Take care of yourself, all right? All right.
Nice meeting you too. That was fun. All right, let's check in with our courtroom insider, Joe Schmo, see what's going on in the courtroom. All right, so there is activity in the courtroom. Remember, they were supposed to meet at 1:15 Eastern to go over some trial stuff. Let me hear what's going on here.
This is it.
Yeah. What time you start? You got the early morning show
Yeah.
too, right?
Yeah, it's 3 a.m. for me.
Hell, man. It's like you're 70 years old. You don't need an alarm clock to get up in the morning.
Yeah. Yeah, by the time I go to bed, I do need an alarm clock to get up in the
Wait till you get to my age now. Street lights are on. It's time to go to sleep.
I am getting to the point where on weekends, like I'm still waking up. I only slept like 5 hours.
Looks like we got a feed. All right, I'll be quiet for the moment. And Lena Ray, thumbs up for Super Bowl. Let's not forget that Trina Kay said yesterday they only have, she thinks they're going to be done, the state's going to be done Thursday. So they have 22 witnesses, and Joe and I were going over the list yesterday. There's only like 3 more witnesses that they need to call. They've gone through 17 already. So there's really only 3 more that they absolutely, I think, need to call. The 2 detectives, Duncan. All right. To follow up on that, they Detective Duncan, Detective Moffat. They still need to call those 2 for sure. I think Duncan has been at the court the entire time. I think that's what Joe was saying. Jerry M says, I think there was an argument of some kind. Alex was a troublemaker, according to Adam. It started probably started over the phone, then Alex gets in on it. Planned. Yeah. She tried to. She tried to subpoena Bobby Vallow. She tried to send out a bunch of subpoenas, but the state tried to get a hold of them, contact them, and for whatever reason, they couldn't. Whether the phone was not working anymore or they didn't call back. So she tried. Northwest, I think taking the phone was a ruse. I agree. Irish Amy, do we know if Lori's parents are still meant to be testifying first? They're on the list. They're on her list. So I don't know. I honestly don't know who the state has had a chance to talk to. I really don't know. Yeah, Dwayne, thank you. Last night's recap with Joe was great. Thank you, Dwayne. Appreciate you hanging out with us. So glad that you were there and you heard it. Wow, camera. Let me just kick the camera big time. Let's see. Has anyone else thought about the way Lori was sitting with her legs casually tucked under her? And Tylee too seems strange to me given the situation. Yeah, I agree. Sandra, who is Lori's parents? Have we ever seen them? Her parents' names are... Barry and Janice. So Barry Cox and Janice Cox. Barry and Janice. Yeah, we still need to hear from Hunsaker, Moffitt, Werther, Duncan. Those are the four we still need to hear from. We've heard from everybody else. And I don't think Detective Cassandra's done yet either. I think I don't think Lori's finished crossing her. Dumplings to go. Thank you for joining us. As always, you're here but working. Thank you for joining us. Shirley saying hello to Zarkasm. Did you finish your taxes? Yes, for those that participate. Barry and Janice Cox. Yes. Extreme zoom in. Philo, her mom and sister spoke after Chad's trial. We've seen her sister. I know what her... Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Did we play that? I don't know if we played that. I don't think I played that. I don't think we've played that interview. I'm trying to think if we did or not. It is Tuesday. #Tues. Trying to get that around. Oh, widespread. You call Bilbo. Was it
I have a dentist appointment at 7 a.m.
Dentist appointment at 7 a.m. Hello, Holly Mack. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. For those that choose to participate, Becca, yes. No, just kidding. Pay your taxes.
Just 1 second.
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Vallow Daybell. It's 10:02 a.m. The attorneys are present. The defendant's present. This is a time set to discuss a few of the motions before we bring in the jury at about 10:15.
Judge, I do have one other thing to raise that goes back to what we dealt with yesterday. Apparently, Ms. Vallow also attempted service on another one of the next of kin in Louisiana, Larry Woodcock. Again, that information, including his address, which she should not have access to, and in violation of victims' rights and the Arizona Constitution, was filed with the clerk's office. So we have multiple people that she's subpoenaing that are not on her 15.2, that she's violating victims' rights for. So I'm going to ask, of course, the court seal that subpoena as well, since it includes his address.
All right, it's ordered sealing any subpoena that was filed relating to Larry Woodcock. Do you have outstanding subpoenas on next of kin or, well, let's start with there. Next of kin?
Let me check, Your Honor. Check on that, Your Honor, but not that we're aware of.
As to the extent that you have subpoenas for next of kin on either of your cases, you need to coordinate the service of those subpoenas through the county attorney's office. They can facilitate in that and getting those people served if they are indeed witnesses that have relevant information in these cases.
And both of those people, Your Honor, Robert Vallow and Larry Woodcock, were not on my list and were not intended to be subpoenaed. So it was an oversight.
So I don't know how OPDS got that information to serve them subpoenas, so someone on your team needs to double check with OPDS that the correct people are being subpoenaed.
And Your Honor, they are signed by the defendant. So
All right.
She is the one who's signing those subpoenas. She is the one acting as counsel. So she is the one asking to send those out.
So how was it an oversight?
I just signed them all, and we got them prepared, and I signed them all, and I did not check them. It's my own fault. But I apologize to the families.
So do you know the names of all the people you subpoenaed, or you just signed a stack of subpoenas?
I did sign the stack, but I thought I was aware of that they were the ones that I had asked to subpoena.
For this trial or for the next one as well?
Just for this one. We haven't done our subpoenas yet for the next trial.
I'll try. And for the next trial, I need you to be more diligent in what you're signing, and if there is a subpoena for someone who is a next of kin or a victim under the Victim's Bill of Rights, the subpoena that needs to be coordinated through county attorney's office, or is there a victim representative attorney? I haven't had one yet.
There is not a victim representative attorney, so it would come through us, Your Honor.
Okay. We sort of addressed the motion in limine yesterday about the questioning of any police personnel regarding the timing of the arrest, why the investigation took as long as it did, who was or wasn't arrested. Again, I'll ask the defendant, if you think those are questions that you need to ask, please ask to take a break first, but otherwise I'm expecting you to not ask those types of questions of any witness. We then have let's take up the Janice Cox and Summer Shiflett video. You've had a chance to review that?
I did.
What's your position on the state's motion?
Your Honor, I obviously think that it should not be precluded, that it is evidence in fact of why that happened on July 11th, that it happened. So if there had been no bat, there would have been no gun. It was a reason why self-defense was even an issue on that day, on July 11th.
Let me make sure I understand the state's position correctly. The state hasn't seen the actual video that these two witnesses have watched?
Correct. It
All right.
apparently.
So
was-
absent someone coming in and introducing the actual video into evidence, which could have its own evidentiary issues, but absent that, they can't testify in court about things they saw on a video because it's hearsay. They're testifying to things that they observed outside of court, and there's no verification, no way to cross-examine on that. So my ruling would be that unless some video comes in and someone lays foundation for that video, that no witness would be allowed to discuss what they what they saw, heard, or viewed in that video. All right. Then we have the state's third motion to preclude defendant's witnesses. Let's discuss. I'm going to ask you again, Ms. Daybell, how do you pronounce the first person's name? Vaisa? Vaisia. Has your team or your investigator, anyone been able to locate that person?
I would have to check with my investigator, Your Honor.
What about Gabriel Bonilla?
I know that he has made contact several times with Gabriel. I don't know if he has interviewed him, but I know that he's made contact with him several times.
Do you know if he's been served with a subpoena?
We're looking that up now.
And while you're at it, I'm going to ask about Ashlyn Rind and Barry Cox.
Okay. What does it say? So it looks like that Ashlyn Rind was not served or found, that Gabe Bonilla, OPDS, several times tried to serve that subpoena and it has not been served, and I'm not sure on the Barry Cox.
All right, well, as was indicated by the state yesterday, they may be resting their case in chief sometime Thursday, at the latest Monday. So you're kind of out of time on producing these witnesses for interview. I shouldn't say you're kind of out of time. You are out of time. I don't know that I need to effectively preclude them because you haven't been able to serve them or get them to appear, in which case they wouldn't be called as witnesses. In the event that they are served or surfaced, we'd still need to have a discussion of whether they have any relevant information and whether they should still be precluded because of the late disclosure of what that testimony might be. So unless they're produced to the state for an interview here within the next day or two, they would be effectively precluded. Even if they are produced for an interview, they still could be precluded. Zachary Cox, let's talk about Zachary Cox. Has he been subpoenaed? The state has interviewed that witness apparently, but based on their motion, they don't believe he has any relevant information to offer for this trial. Do you believe he has relevant information to offer?
I do, Your Honor.
And what is that?
He was with my brother, Adam Cox, that day on the 11th, and was in communication with Adam and Charles during that day and prior to that day.
What testimony would he offer that would be admissible, that would be relevant to either self-defense or this did or didn't occur?
He would be able to testify about what Adam already testified to, verify it or unverify it,
What specifically?
about what their itinerary was during that day and the day before and the following day.
When did this, the state interviewed this witness?
Obviously, I had no idea what he would be called about, so I talked to him for a few minutes.
Did he have any idea what he would be called about?
No.
All
I
right.
think unless the defendant says that he's relevant to impeach Adam in some way, then I don't really understand the relevant. I mean, she just said that he could testify to verify what Adam said, so she's going to call him to confirm that what Adam said was correct.
Is that he would be confirming what Adam said, or would he be disputing what Adam said? What specifically? Can you give me some more specifics?
From his interview with my investigator, he would be disputing what Adam said.
Well, then I'm not aware of that interview. With my understanding in interviewing the defense Jeff White, is that basically they spoke for a brief time, it got heated.
Who's
and
they?
Jeff White and Zachary Cox. They did not have a full interview, is my understanding. I've not been provided with a recording of that, but in my discussion, my interview of Jeff White as a potential witness, he advised just that that Zach had advised that he had lived with them, meaning Charles and Lori, prior to them moving into this house, prior to them being separated. And that's about the extent of what I understood their interview to be. But maybe Mr. White can provide information as to how he...
Mr. White, do you have any information on, you interviewed Zachary Cox?
Yes.
All right. And did Mr. Cox provide information that would be relevant to this trial to you?
When I spoke to Mr. Cox, he was, in short, he was very belligerent. When we had spoken, I was asking about information about his father and him, as well as with Charles. The information that I did obtain from him did not agree with what his father had told me in the interview through the state.
His father being?
Adam.
No. Do you know if Zachary Cox has been served a subpoena?
As far as I know, I think that went through OPDS.
All right. I guess we'll see if he actually gets served and shows up at court. He may not, in which case it's not an issue I need to deal with. But if he does show up, we will need to flesh out whether he has relevant information, whether he should be allowed to testify. All right, who's the state going to be calling today?
Your Honor, at the state, obviously, we still have a witness on the stand, and then, as I advised, we'll be calling Ariel Werther, and then we would call Detective Duncan. So
Okay.
we may finish tomorrow, Your Honor.
Okay. My staff just signaled me that the last juror did just show up. Okay, we'll bring the jury in. Let's have that witness come back up. Kind of deferring, but not really. All right, jury's present. Please be seated. Go ahead and resume your cross.
Okay. Detective Incklin, yesterday we were talking about the chain of custody of the phone, so I have a couple questions on that. Yesterday we talked about that Charles' phone went from your hands to the property room, is that correct?
No.
Okay. Where did it?
When I explained to you, it's our computer crimes division, the
Okay.
detectives that do the downloads. Our property room is about a mile away from the police department.
Okay. So it went from your hands to the computer crimes division, is that correct?
Correct. We usually take phones directly to them.
And how long was that between the time you left the house and you delivered that phone to them?
It's about 20-minute drive or so, and then just to the PD and upstairs to where their office is.
Okay. And who did you turn that over to at the computer crimes division?
Sergeant Olness was the sergeant of the unit at the time.
And did you use the passcode to access the phone at all?
I did not. I don't do downloads or exams of devices.
Okay. Did you look to see if the threatening text messages from Charles did actually exist?
I did not do an exam of the phone.
Yesterday, we watched the clip of my interview with you, and we discussed the threatening text messages, is that correct?
Correct. You told me about them.
And you stated that I did not show them to you, is that correct?
You did not show them to me, no.
And did you ask me to show them to you?
I did not.
Had I been cooperative all that day?
Yes.
Do you think I would have shown them to you if you would have asked me?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Was Tylee also cooperative that day?
I believe so.
Was Alex cooperative that day?
I don't know. I did not have contact with Alex.
At all?
I did not interview him or talk to him, no.
Did I, in fact, inform you during that interview that I would have to show you them to explain them?
I believe so.
But you never asked me to show them to you?
I did not.
Did you ever request that I turn my phone over to you?
I did not.
Did you ever request that Tylee turned her phone over to you?
I did not.
In the course of your investigation, did you ever, in fact, see those threatening messages from Charles to me?
I did not. I did not look at any of the downloads of any of the phones.
Or in the reports or anything?
No.
You never came across those?
I did not review those reports or do any of the downloads of any of the phones.
You didn't review any of Detective Duncan's reports?
No?
None of Detective Moffat's reports?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of the reason why I had two phones at the time?
I was not.
Did you ask me?
No, I wasn't aware you had two phones.
In the course of your investigation, did you ever learn that Charles had stolen my phone, so I had to replace it?
Object to testifying and move to strike.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it's all part of the investigation.
You're an object again.
Sustained, it's testimony. The form of the question was testimony.
Were you aware that after he gave it back to me that I kept both phones?
I'm going to again object.
Sustained.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that Charles had a $2 million life insurance policy on me?
I knew there was a life insurance policy. I don't know the amount.
Did you ever see it in any of the reports, or?
I did not review, and I was not part of that portion of the investigation.
And you never saw that on any kind of Bates numbers?
I'm going to object again to asked and answered.
I'll allow it. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You didn't see it on any kind of Bates numbers?
No, Bates would be what the county attorney does. That's after me, so I didn't review that portion of the report.
Okay. Yesterday, during your direct, you said that, or during our discussion, you said that we arrived at the Chandler Police Station and that we were taken into the Family Advocacy Center. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is that what it's called?
Yes, the FAC, or Family Advocacy Center.
Okay. And was that just Tylee and myself that were taken to that part of the station?
I believe so, yes.
And so was Alex taken to the regular part of the police station?
He was in a different portion in an interview room in the persons crime section downstairs.
Okay. So we were taken into 3 different rooms, is that correct, when we arrived?
3 different interview rooms, yes.
And we were all 3 interviewed, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you interviewed me, is that correct?
I did.
And you also interviewed Tylee, is that correct?
I did.
And Detective Moffat is the one that interviewed Alex, is that correct?
I believe so.
And these interviews were all video and audio recorded, is that correct?
I believe so.
And did you have a supervisor or superior there at the Chandler Police Station watching these interviews live from a viewing room?
Not a supervisor.
Who was it?
There was a detective in sex crimes that was monitoring the interviews in the Family Advocacy Center. It's kind of standard, particularly the fact that Tylee was alone in the interview room at some point, so she was monitoring both interviews, and I don't know if there was anybody monitoring Detective Moffat's interview, because I was not a part of that.
Okay, and what was her name? Detective what?
Ashley Nolan.
And then you said that you had, so you didn't go in and monitor during the interview with Detective Moffat and Alex? You didn't watch that one?
No, it was going on at the same time. I couldn't interview you and Tylee and monitor at the same time.
And then that means that Detective Duncan wasn't monitoring yours either at the same time, correct?
I don't know what Detective Duncan was doing.
I meant Detective Moffat, I'm sorry.
Oh, I don't know. I believe he was talking to Alex, but...
But he could have been monitoring yours and then talked to Alex after that, is that correct?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Were there other people in this monitoring room that you know of?
I believe Detective Nolan was monitoring from her desk as the sex crimes detectives work within the Family Advocacy Center. They're in the same portion of the building.
Okay. So they can just monitor from their desk?
Correct.
They're not in like a separate room, is what you're saying?
No, there's a monitoring room upstairs in the dedicated suspect interview rooms, but none of those rooms were used in these 3 interviews that you're talking about.
Okay. And after these interviews were complete, who decided to send us home?
I decided to drive you guys back to the house.
And who gave you authorization to release us, I guess?
Me?
You didn't have to talk to a superior for that?
No.
And what about Alex? Who released him?
That would be Detective Moffat was involved with his interview. I was not.
So did you and Detective Moffat have a discussion on what to do next after our interviews were complete?
Briefly, that we were done with the interviews and that at this point, whether or not to get you back to the house and how we were going to facilitate that.
Okay, but it was decided at that time that we would be brought back together and taken in the van back to the house and dropped off?
It was the easiest way to get the three of you back at the same time.
Are you aware of the press release that was issued by Chandler Police Department later that day?
I am not.
You never read it?
I don't.
You never heard about it in the course of your investigation?
The press release?
Yeah.
No.
You never discussed it with any of the other detectives?
I would object. She's asked and answered.
Sustained.
Would the case agent have to be the one who would authorize that at the time?
It depends. As a case agent, we would like to have input or influence on what a press release is or states, but occasionally they're published by our PIO, our Press Information Officer.
So do you know if Detective Moffat was the case agent at the time, is that correct?
He was.
And so do you know if he talked to the PIO and put that out, or if he didn't know?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know if the PIO agent just put it out?
Objection, she doesn't know about this.
Do you know?
I have no idea.
Right.
Detective Incklin, yesterday the prosecutor asked you several times, why didn't Lori just give the phone back? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you learn in your investigation that the entire altercation only lasted a few minutes?
That'd be a fair assessment.
Because we discussed that in our interview, is that correct?
We did.
So from the time Tylee came out with the bat and I ran outside is maybe less than 2 minutes. We discussed that, is that correct?
We discussed that it probably happened in a short amount of time. I don't think we gave a specific time amount to what happened, but that it happened in a relatively short amount of time.
We didn't say that was like 1 to 2 minutes, like?
That was our discussion, yes.
Yeah, that was our discussion. Okay. So we would not have been arguing for a very long time, is that correct?
I think it's relative as to how long you've been arguing or how long the altercation took.
Detective, in the course of your investigation, did you learn that JJ was outside in the car?
I did.
Did you learn that the car was still running?
I don't know.
Did you learn that JJ was in fact in the front seat?
I know that you had articulated he was put into the car, but I don't remember if you specifically said the front seat, but he was in the car.
Did you learn in the course of your investigation that JJ had autism?
Yes, you told me about that.
Did you verify that at his school?
I did speak with his school, yes.
When did you speak with the school?
During the course of the investigation, I had contact with the school in reference to when he attended and Generally, kind of the services the school provides.
Do you remember who you spoke to at the school at all?
The director of the school, and then subsequently, there were a couple teachers that provided some information.
And how long after July 11th was that first communication with the school?
It was several months later.
But during the course of this investigation, the Chandler Police Department did verify, I guess that next day, that was in fact his school and he did attend there, is that correct?
I believe so.
During this investigation, did you verify that we did in fact go through Burger King?
I did not, but it was verified.
Were you aware of what we ordered at Burger King?
You told me it was chicken fries and Sprite.
Had you seen, you hadn't seen that receipt?
I had not.
Okay. I guess that was, in fact, in the portion of one of the interviews that we watched yesterday, is that correct?
Correct, you told me that in the interview.
So were you aware that we also ordered 2 bottles of water?
I was not aware, no.
And in your experience with people in stressful situations, when adrenaline kicks in, does it make you incredibly thirsty?
I don't object to speculation or knowledge.
If she knows, she can answer.
It can.
And when you're in fight or flight mode, does your adrenaline kick in your experience?
I'm going to object here to knowledge and foundation as to her knowledge of this.
I'll sustain the objection.
Did you offer Tylee and I apple juice at the Chandler Police Station?
I think I offered you something to drink and what we typically would have there.
Did you offer that for the purpose that adrenaline makes you thirsty?
No, I usually do it to people I interview if they'd like something to drink while they're there.
Detective Incklin, have you ever seen me not calm?
I would object to maybe foundation as to when.
All right, sustain, lay more foundation on when she has, at what occasions she has had to observe you.
Well, yesterday, you spoke often of my calm demeanor, my nonchalantness. Is that correct?
Correct.
So has there ever been an occasion when you have seen me when I was not calm?
Again, foundation as to when she has seen her on July 11th.
Please clarify the time frame you're referring to where she had an opportunity to observe you.
Any other time, Your Honor.
For example, how many hours on July?
Can we have a sidebar? Can I ask you a question?
Sidebar. Judge helping Lori yet again. I'm going to go grab some apple juice. So she's saying adrenaline kicked in and that made her calm. Does that even make sense? Because I know when my adrenaline kicks in, I'm calm.
All right, go ahead and continue with your cross.
Detective Incklin, did you discover in your investigation that I had run outside without shoes?
Yes, kind of.
And did you learn in that investigation that we had stopped at Walgreens and I did purchase 2 pairs of flip-flops?
Yeah, you told me that.
I mean, and that was verified later?
It was by a different detective.
Okay. You didn't verify that at Walgreens or at Burger King, is that correct?
I did not. That was a different detective.
Okay. And as part of your investigation, did you view the video of me going into the Walgreens to purchase the flip-flops?
I did not.
Okay. And how hot was it that day on July 11th, 2019?
Warm.
Like in the hundreds?
July in Arizona. I'd say it was probably warm.
Would it have been difficult to walk JJ to his class on the cement with no shoes on, do you think?
Objection, relevance, speculation.
Sustained. I think the jury can draw their own conclusions about the temperature in Arizona in mid-July.
Detective, did you learn in your investigation that after taking JJ to his classroom that Tylee and I headed straight back to the house?
I believe so.
And that we met with police, is that correct?
Correct. You
As soon as we drove up, first contact was with?
Officer Krautheim.
Yes, Krautheim. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Detective, is it your understanding that we fully cooperated with the police?
You were cooperative with interviews with me.
That we did as we were instructed?
with me in your interview, you were cooperative.
And Tylee was cooperative with you as well, correct?
I believe so.
And that you had said yesterday that we were voluntarily interviewed by the police, is that correct?
Correct, you were not in custody.
Did we know that?
I believe so.
When we were placed in those interview rooms, did we know that we could just walk out and leave any time? Was that explained to us, is my question.
You can ask that.
Can you say it again?
Was it explained to us at any time that we could just walk out of those interview rooms and leave if we had wanted to?
No.
Did I in fact ask you at one point if I could go to the ladies' room?
I believe so.
Detective, did we answer all the questions asked to us by the police that day?
By me, yes, I believe so.
And we were dropped off at home by the police, is that correct?
Correct, I drove you back to the house.
And we were given no further instructions, is that correct?
Just that we would be in touch with you at the conclusion of the search warrant.
Is it also correct that we voluntarily handed over Charles' phone to you when you asked for it?
Yes.
Did we delay in that or just do it immediately?
No, you gave it to me when I asked.
Was there any time, Detective, on July 11th, 2019, that we did not comply or cooperate fully with the police in their investigation?
In my interaction with you, you were cooperative.
Thank you, that's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
I'm going to start with when you first arrived on scene. You were asked a lot yesterday when you first noticed the defendant. Were you standing there at the house just waiting and watching to see what cars would arrive?
No.
So when you first noticed the defendant you just happened to glance over and see another officer speaking with her?
Correct.
You were asked a lot about her demeanor that day, both when you first interacted with her, taking her over to the van, correct?
Correct.
Did Lori Vallow's behavior stand out to you?
It did.
Why?
So, based on what was going on, that we had a homicide, her husband had been shot and killed, her brother was the one who shot and killed her husband, it was inside her home, her children were at least partially present to this event. Her demeanor seemed odd given what was going on at the house that day.
So throughout this time, you're just noting her demeanor, right?
Correct.
You were asked about whether or not you were calm at the scene. Do you recall being asked that on cross?
I believe so.
Had you just seen your husband get shot?
No.
Inside your own home?
No.
By your brother?
No.
You were asked if the other officers at the scene were calm. You recall being asked that?
I do.
Were you aware of any of them having just seen their significant others being shot?
No.
By a family member?
No.
Inside their own home?
No.
With their children present?
No.
So would it be difficult to compare the demeanor of the officers and yourself with that of, say, Alex or Tylee or the defendant?
It would be difficult comparison.
Not the same situation?
No.
You were asked a lot about Tylee's demeanor as well. Did you ever see her appearing to be panicked?
No.
Overwhelmed with emotions?
No.
Was there anything about her demeanor or your interactions with her that made you feel she needed any type of medical treatment or medication or anything?
No.
The death notification that you attempted to make, I'll say. So to understand this, were both Lori Vallow and Tylee inside the van?
They were inside the CR288 van.
Okay. Can you describe for us what this van looks like? Is it like a minivan? What is it?
No, it's a larger, like 10 or 12 passenger vans, big, full size, so the doors open from the side to get into, I think there's like 3 rows of seating, and they use the van to bring services out, but also to transport people, and they have car seats and things like that.
Okay. So when you went up to the van, you opened the door?
Correct, the side door to open to get into the rear portion of the van.
And you were with your sergeant at the time?
Correct.
And you asked if Lori would come out with you?
I was trying to get her to come out of the van to talk to her outside of Tylee's presence.
Why did you want to do that?
I felt it was more appropriate if I was about to tell somebody that a family member died to deliver it to her, and then typically what we'll try to do is kind of formulate a plan as to how we're going to tell children as to what happened.
But before that, did Lori Vallow tell you something?
She did.
What did she tell you?
She said that she already knew because she was there.
And this was not what you were expecting to hear?
It was not.
You were expecting that she had no idea?
Correct.
That she rolled back up to this house and sees her brother out there but doesn't know what's going on?
Correct.
After you learned that she was there, did you now feel like you wanted to ask her what happened?
Correct. We wanted to, at that point, transition to not just like a death notification and contacting her, but now we're potentially looking at doing witness interviews.
Did you advise her that you wanted to take her to the station to interview her?
I did.
Did you advise her you wanted to interview her daughter?
I did.
And did you in fact ask her to come with you in a different vehicle?
I did.
She agreed to do that?
She did.
Now, how old was Tylee?
16 or 17.
And she was put in a separate room than her mom. Why?
So when you're going to do witness interviews or any interviews, you want to do the interviews separately. You don't want to interview people together. Obviously, even best case scenario, there's going to be some influence. So you want a good recount or statement from somebody that's their own statement. It's what they saw, heard, felt, not influenced by anybody else in the room or participating in like a group interview.
Were you aware when you were conducting this interview with Lori and with Tylee of the amount of time that had occurred from when she had left the house to when 911 was called to when she was eventually interviewed?
Generally, not specific, but I knew the general time.
Initially at the scene, was there a misunderstanding? Well, let me ask you. When you arrived at the scene that morning, did you understand that when the 911 call came in is when the shooting occurred?
I think that was believed or assumed at the time we got to the scene.
Okay. And was that still your mindset when you were interviewing initially Lori Vallow?
Correct.
So when you started to interview her, you assumed that when that 911 call came in, the shooting had occurred just prior to that?
Correct.
When you were driving Lori back to the police station to FAC for interviews. You again told us about her demeanor. Did that again stick out to you as unusual?
It did.
Why was that?
Again, this incident has unfolded, and we're driving, and she's just kind of chattering in the car, and given what was going on in the situation and how she was acting, it was just odd to me.
You were asked about, just on cross, whether or not you gave the defendant a specific time when she could come back to the house. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
Did you have any concept of when Detective Coons or Duncan would be finished executing that search warrant on the house?
No, and that's not an assumption we would do.
So you don't have, they don't tell you a timeline like, hey, detective, we'll be done by 3 so they can come in?
No, because in processing a scene, you just don't know. So you wouldn't want to give that kind of time constraint when processing a scene. You're going to go through and very slowly and methodically collect and photograph and process. You're not going to limit a time. We typically try to give them an idea, maybe most of the night, several hours, but I wouldn't tell them a specific time to come back.
And your interactions with Lori, you hadn't even been in the house yet, right?
I had not.
So you have no concept of what the scene's going to be like?
Correct.
Or how long that might take?
Correct.
When you were interviewing the defendant, is it normal for you to offer drinks to people when they're being interviewed?
Absolutely.
Normal for you to allow them to use the restroom?
Yes.
And you did that here just like you normally would?
I did.
Nothing different or unusual in that?
No.
Detective, when you were interviewing the defendant on July 11th, did the defendant tell you that she and Charles argued about the phone prior to Tylee ever becoming involved?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she had initially obtained Charles's phone, and when he asked for it back, she said no?
Correct.
This is before Tylee's there.
That's right.
Does she tell you that she then, in fact, confronts Charles about who he's texting?
Correct.
And that's again before Charles is out there?
Before Tylee was there.
Before Tylee is there. And she advised you that she still wouldn't give him back his phone, even though he demanded it then?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she was walking away with Charles's phone prior to Tylee coming out while he is still demanding his phone back?
Correct.
So there were multiple occasions that she told you about prior to any bat or gun being involved that she could have just handed the phone back over?
That's correct.
And she did not?
That's correct.
In terms of your interview with the defendant, did you understand all the facts of the case when you interviewed the defendant?
No.
You told us you didn't understand the timeline yet in terms of when the shooting occurred versus when the 911 call occurred, right?
Correct.
So you were unaware of that 47-minute lapse in time?
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that, yes.
When you were interviewing the defendant, you were unaware that she had Charles's phone, correct?
Correct.
If you had known that, would you have asked about that?
I would have asked about that, yes.
When the defendant was talking to you at one point, she told you that she knew her brother was texting with, or that Charles was texting with her brother Adam. Do you recall that?
Yes, she told me that.
Understanding now that she had Charles's phone, would you have asked her how she learned about that?
I would have asked her about that, yes.
So when you're doing an interview with her at 9 or 10 in the morning, you didn't know that she'd had time to look into Charles's phone?
Correct.
You learned later that she had the password to get into his phone, right?
Correct.
So when she's telling you things, you're unaware that she has already potentially had the ability to access those.
That's true.
And what she's telling you in her interview contained information about the interaction between her brother Adam and Charles.
Right.
When you interviewed the defendant, were you aware of the days leading up to this, the interaction between Lori Vallow and her brother Alex?
I was not.
You weren't privy to things like iCloud accounts before you interviewed her?
No.
You weren't privy to downloaded cell phones before you interviewed her?
I was not.
You hadn't even been inside the house before you interviewed her?
Correct.
If you had been privy to all of the information in this case, would you have interviewed her differently?
I would have.
Would you have questioned her more?
Yes.
Would you have followed up more?
Yes.
Would you have asked for her phone then?
Yes.
When you interviewed Lori Vallow, at that time, were you just going off of what she said because you didn't know the rest of the facts?
Correct. It was an initial interview.
To see what she had to tell you?
Correct.
That you had nothing to do to be able to verify or validate anything she told you?
Correct.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I see we have a few jury questions. I think we're going to have the parties approach for those who are having difficulty with our headsets.
There's no audio right now, guys, if you're wondering. They turned off the audio while they are doing a sidebar at the bench. So no audio. We just have to wait until we get these questions either approved or rejected. So Lori's there by herself. I asked Joe about that yesterday. Who speaks on behalf of Lori? And he says she does. She does all of the sidebar. Seems like this is either one question that they are haggling over or multiple questions that they're haggling over. Look at all the adrenaline quenching water up there. I know, right? What has Juror 15 asked now? We'll find out. We got to ask Joe. We got to wait till tonight to ask Joe that. He said he was having Mexican food tonight or today for lunch. So we'll ask him if he's going to have green chili chicken enchiladas. Run with Scissors. Welcome to Rabbit Ears. Thank you for joining.
The jury. Was the rent-a-car vehicle ever searched?
I do not believe so, but I'm not certain.
All right. Question form number 12. If the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses, why were they left with a victim advocate? In other words, were they considered victims or witnesses?
So our victim services section, I introduced Lori to them specifically because there are civilian employees that work within our police department that can help families with death investigations for the issues that come up afterwards and kind of navigating that process. So although they might not be classified under like state law as victims, our victim services section will often help our families with like specific crisis type events and navigating that process. So we use them quite a bit in our death investigations.
All right, on question form number 13, did Lori express concerns about police talking with Tylee at the time of the interview?
She did not.
Does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and or video recorded?
They do not. There is no expectation of privacy within a police station.
All right, are there any further juror questions at this time? Not seeing any. Would the defendant like to follow up on those juror questions?
No, Your Honor.
State.
Just briefly, with regards to introducing Lori and Tylee to your victim services, were you trying to provide whatever services might be necessary due to the fact that her husband had been killed?
Correct.
And what you assumed at that point was Tylee's dad or stepdad had been killed?
Correct.
And again, this is all prior to you learning more about this case?
Correct.
No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down. The state can call its next witness.
Thank you. area order. I may need to get some, there'll be a PowerPoint that he's going to do.
All right, sir, come on up. You're going to stand right here and be sworn in.
Can you spell your name?
Ariel, A-R-I-E-L, Werther, W-E-R-T-H-A-R.
You do solemnly swear that testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
All right, have a seat up here to my left.
One second. I'm going to be able to get into Wi-Fi. Huh?
I do need to give the court reporter a break soon. Do you want, should we just do that now?
This might be a good time, Your Honor, just so I can get this set up and hooked
All right,
to.
why don't we have the jury go to the jury room for a short break? Please
All
remember.
right, for the jury.
All right, so while they take the break, we'll go over what we've heard so far. So, Detective Cassandra Incklin. Sorry about that last name. I just can't get that
All right,
last
please
name.
be seated. The jury's no longer need to complete the record. We did a sidebar this morning at 10:42 a.m. At that sidebar, the defendant indicated she wanted to question the witness further regarding how many times the witness had observed her and her demeanor, which would necessitate the witness talking about observing her here in this trial, observing her on July 11th of 2019, as well as the trial in Idaho, and possible viewing of interviews or social media posts. I advised the defendant that this is probably not a door she wants to open because the setting of those interviews would be relevant. For example, someone appearing in court intuitively might behave better than someone who's not appearing in court or in a trial. And the defendant said she would move on from that area. Is that an accurate recitation of the sidebar from the state's perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
From the defendant's perspective?
Yes, Your Honor, that's fine.
All right, and then we did another sidebar regarding jury questions at 11:01 a.m. The first question, juror question number 10, as a detective, does your subconscious mind use a witness demeanor as any type of evidence? The parties agreed with me that that's probably not an appropriate question to ask, so it was not asked. Juror form question number 11 was asked. That was the question as to whether the rental car was ever searched. Juror question 12 was also asked I should mention, by agreement of the parties. And this was the question: if the defendant and her daughter were interviewed as witnesses, and the explanation between being interviewed or considered a victim versus a witness, which the witness answered. Question form 13 had 4 questions on it. The first question was not asked: did Lori ever ask for an attorney during interviews of her and Tylee? The second question: did Lori express concerns about police talking with Tylee at the time of the interview? Neither side objected to that question, so it was asked. Question number 3 on Form 13, do police need parental consent to speak with a minor even if being treated as a witness? Which the answer really is it depends, but it calls for a legal conclusion too for that witness. The state objected to it. The defendant did not. I didn't think it would be helpful with the jury in deciding any issue that's at fact in this case, so it was not asked. And then the fourth question on that form number 13, does law enforcement have to advise interviewees they are being audio and video recorded? Neither side objected to that, and that question was asked. Is that an accurate representation of the sidebar we had at 11:01?
Yes, Your Honor.
From the defense perspective?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so let's give the court reporter a break. We'll resume soon, probably about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then we'll push through to noon or maybe a few minutes after, depending on where we're at. Do you have everything set up now?
I would like to just try
Okay.
to make sure it's working.
All right, we'll be at recess on a break for about 10 to 15 minutes.
Yeah.
All right, now I will get to going over what we have seen so far. So Detective Cassandra was back on the case, back on the witness stand, I should say. Let's see. But before all of that, Judge talks about some motions. And let me know how my audio is, just so you know. I was kind of, my mic was kind of acting up a little bit there. I don't think I had. Just let me know how my audio is out there, guys. So they talk about motions to begin with. So Lori attempted service on Larry Woodcock, and that's a violation of the victim's rights. The state asks to seal that, and the judge says yes. The defense says Robert and Larry were not on my list, and it was an oversight. Audio is good, kind of low still. Audio good, low compared to court. All right, let me turn it up. I shall turn it up a little bit more. All right, let me know how that is, guys. All right, I'll keep talking. Just let me know. Let's see. So state said they were signed by the defendant. So Lori says, I had a stack and it's my fault. She did apologize to the families. Judge says the law enforcement questioning who was and wasn't arrested. Don't ask witnesses, and if you do, ask before. So that's good. Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. So then the Janice Cox summer shiftlet video. We still have to sort that out, right? We still have to sort that one out. Lori thinks it shouldn't be precluded. State says they haven't seen the video yet. Dizzy says it's perfect. Okay, cool. Perfect. Thanks, therapist. All right. So judge says people can't testify as to what they saw in the video because it's hearsay. The ruling is we need foundation before witness can testify what they saw or heard. Then we go over the motion for Visaya. Lori has to check with her investigators. These are the motions by the state to preclude any witnesses. So Gabriel Bonilla, Ashlyn Rind, Barry Cox. Ashlyn was not served. She wasn't found. Gabriel, they've tried to find him, but he hasn't been served. They're not sure about Barry Cox. Barry Cox is her father. How can they not find her father? That one blew me away. How can they not find Barry, her father, to serve him? Anyway, the judge says, you're kind of out of time. And he's like, well, you're not kind of, you are out of time because this has to be 30 days before this has to be done. And here they are literally at the end of the state's case because they only have like 2 or 3 more witnesses. Then Jeff White comes in and they talk about Zach Cox. Zach was very belligerent. And apparently the info that Zach gave is different than what Adam provided. And Adam, that's his dad. Zach is the son to Adam. So apparently he said something different than what Adam said on the stand. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that, yeah, Barry must be hiding from Lori, Cudley says, right? So state says we're going to call Werther and Duncan and we may be finished tomorrow. So this is Werther. So they may be done. State may be done. We may have, I mean, if Lori doesn't have a defense, we may have a verdict by Monday. So then Detective Cassandra gets back up and Lori's crossing her. She talks about threatening messages. Did you see those threatening messages? Hold on. So did you do an examination to see these threatening messages from Charles? No, you didn't show me the texts. Have I been cooperative? She says, yeah. Detective says, yeah, you were pretty cooperative. Do you think I would have shown them to you if you asked me? Of course, that's objected to. Am I still too low, you guys? Audio's a little static, or is it just me? Still a bit low. All right, let me turn it up. Oh, you know what? I found the problem. Totally my bad, you guys. Totally my bad. All right, okay, try that. That should be good. My audio should be good. That was totally my bad. Okay, I'm going to keep talking. That was totally my bad. All right, this was my bad. They're on a 10-minute break, Wendy Williams. Just let me know how the audio is now. That was my bad. I apologize for that. So let's see. So she didn't review Duncan or Moffat's reports. She didn't do any download of of Charles's phone. Definitely louder now. Okay, much better. Okay. Yep, that was my bad. I had a switch off. Sorry. When you turn the right switches on, things work. All right. She didn't ask about the two phones. She wasn't aware Lori even had two phones. Do you know Charles had stolen my phone? Of course, that was objected to. Audio is good for me. Good. Okay. Thank you, guys. Gladys, it's still low. All right. Everybody's saying it's okay except Gladys. So Gladys, I'm sorry. Maybe just turn it up on your end. Sorry. Everybody else is saying it's okay. So sorry. Are you aware that he gave it back? She said that was objected to. She knew that there was a $2 million policy on Lori. In the video, you were talking about a family advocacy center. So just Tylee and Lori were taken there. Alex was in another interview room. There were 3 different interview rooms, and all 3 were interviewed. Detective, she interviewed Tylee and Lori, and Moffat interviewed Alex. So we're going to hear from Detective Moffat, that's for sure. Okay. Let's see. Oh, then here, somebody from the sex crimes division was watching Tylee. I guess they have somebody watch while you're being interviewed. Ashley Rowland was monitoring from another room. So I guess when there's somebody under 18, there's somebody from crimes that watches to make sure nothing is going wrong. Let's see. Then then there was a press release. They talked about a press release. Detective Cassandra was not aware of that. The press information officer, the PIO, released that, and she wasn't aware of that. Why didn't Lori just give back the phone? Did you learn the entire altercation only lasted a few minutes? She says, yeah, that would be a fair assessment. So it was maybe less than 2 minutes from the time Tylee was coming out to her running outside. So we would not have been arguing for a very long time, correct? She says, I think it's relative to how long you were arguing and how long the altercation took place. She found out about JJ being in the car. Boy, she's really going on and on about, oh, JJ, he has autism and he was left in the car. How dare Charles do that? Well, maybe if you hadn't taken Charles's phone, he wouldn't have. We learned about she did talk to the director of the school. She talked to a few teachers. They talked about verifying that she went through Burger King and she had chicken fries and a Sprite. She did not see the receipt. She wasn't aware of 2 bottles of water. Here's where adrenaline kicks in when you become thirsty. Did you offer apple juice at the station? She says, I offered you a drink. Did you offer that because adrenaline makes you thirsty? No. Have you ever seen me not calm? That, of course, was objected to for laying foundation. Yesterday, you talked about my calm demeanor, and my nonchalantness. Have you ever seen me not? That, of course, was objected to. And judge is like, you have to clarify your time frame. And the lawyer's like, any other time frame, Your Honor. And then can we have a sidebar? She was very cooperative on redirect. Let's see. All right. See you on the other side.
All right, let's bring the jury in. The jury is present. Please be seated. Go ahead.
Thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Ariel Werther, and I work for the Chandler Police Department as a detective.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
I've worked for Chandler Police Department since 2008. I did not become a sworn law enforcement officer until 2011. I've worked for them continuously since then. They're the only law enforcement agency I've ever worked for.
Can you tell us sort of the different areas you have worked and where you currently work?
So initially from 2008 to 2010, I was a police dispatcher. So if you called 911, I might be the person who answered, or I might be the person sending the officers and keeping track of where they were. And then in 2010, I went to the Arizona Law Enforcement Academy, graduating in 2011 as a sworn officer, returning to Chandler in that capacity as an officer. I worked as a patrol officer until, well, technically 2016, but the last 2 years of that I was assigned as a field training officer, which means that if you were a new officer out of the academy or somebody going back to the road from a specialty, you might ride with me for a while as I reoriented you to how things are done on the road. And then after doing that, I moved to the Special Victims Unit, primarily focused on investigating sex crimes from 2016 to 2020. And in 2020 and until now, I've been assigned to the Robbery Homicide Unit.
When you were with the Special Victims Unit, did you ever work with the Robbery Homicide Unit?
I did. In fact, from fairly early on, I was aware that this was something that I wanted to do eventually, so I made that known, and particularly working in detectives under the umbrella of persons crimes. You have your sex crimes, family crimes, robbery homicide units, and they all tend to work rather close together. They get to know one another, and I made it known that I had an interest in testing when they had their next opening, so I did that in late 2019 and began my assignment in 2020. So leading up to that, it was something where if I had the opportunity to work with that team, I would do so.
Can you talk to us, have you ever had any type of training in dealing with cell phones and cell phone GPS data?
Yes, I've had extensive training, much of it more recently. It's something that I certainly became aware of, and I have an interest in technology and what it can be used for in investigations. And so there were areas that I was aware of, particularly working in the Special Victims Unit, so starting from about 2016 on. It was in 2022 that I took my first 40-hour class on the proper interpretation, of cell phone records specifically that might come from the provider. There's an important distinction between the location data that might be found on one's phone versus the data that a provider stores about our devices that can also be used to infer the location of the device. I took a 40-hour class primarily on that subject in 2022, and then in 2023 I took a 40-hour class leading to eventually becoming a subject matter expert in that area.
Have you previously testified in court about cell phone GPS data?
I have.
Have you previously testified in court about mapping GPS data recovered from cell phones?
I have.
In July of 2019, were you still in the Special Victims Unit?
Yes, I was.
And did you become involved in a shooting that occurred on July 11th of 2019 at 5531 South Four Peaks Avenue in Chandler?
I did.
How did you get involved in that?
I believe I was downstairs where we all work in a similar area and became aware that a shooting had occurred, that it appeared that one person was deceased, and I volunteered to come along. My capacity was more to shadow, to learn about how these investigations are conducted with the aim of testing. That's something that's best practice to do if you want to test for a unit. You ought to go out and see how the job is done.
So when you initially, did you go out to the scene?
I did.
And when you initially out there, who did you shadow at first?
Initially, I was at the scene with Detective Coons. I was present during the scene investigation, though again, as someone who was observing, I didn't personally impound anything or directly conduct the scene investigation myself.
Okay. At some point, as you are shadowing these, were you given different requests to help the detectives who are working this case?
Yes, although I'd say the extent to which I started going out and doing things, assigned tasks, really began the day after, on Friday the 12th.
So on Friday, July 12th of 2019, did you become aware that no one had obtained contact information for JJ Vallow?
That's right.
And did you offer to reach out to Lori Vallow to get that information?
I did.
Why did you need that information?
To have a complete and thorough police report, it's best practice to have proper documentation, name, date of birth, basic demographic information for all the people who are involved in a case, however they might be involved. Given the information we had at that time, he's someone who ought to be listed in the report.
Okay. Was he also known to be the son of the deceased victim?
Yes, that's right.
On the 11th, had you had any contact with Lori Vallow?
I did not have any contact on the 11th.
Okay. On July 12th, after you offered to get that contact information, did you make contact with Lori Vallow?
I did.
Did you see her or call her?
I called her at first.
And was that call recorded?
That call was audio recorded, yes.
When you spoke with Ms. Vallow, did you obtain the contact information for JJ Vallow?
Yes.
Did you learn from her where JJ went to school?
Yes.
Did you confirm that she had gone to Burger King before taking JJ to his school?
Yes.
Did you at some point during that conversation with Ms. Vallow learn that Charles Vallow was staying at the True Hilton Hotel?
Yes.
Prior to this, had you known that he was where he was staying?
I don't think I had any information either way.
Okay. So as someone who was separate, did you have any idea where Charles was, whether he was staying at the house or elsewhere prior to this?
I didn't have that information, no.
So you just learned this during your conversation when you're trying to get JJ's information?
Correct.
Did Miss Vallow advise you that she was in possession of Charles Vallow's hotel room key?
She did.
Did she advise where she had found that?
In his wallet, I believe.
So you learned that she had Charles Vallow's wallet.
That's what she said.
And that she then had a room key for him to True Hilton Hotel.
Correct.
Did you advise her that you would talk to the case agent and let her know who would go get that?
Yes.
After you spoke with Lori Vallow on the phone, did you offer to go out to the Burger King to see if you could obtain any video from there?
I did.
And when you are helping in this aspect of the case, were you aware at that time when the 911 call had been placed?
I was.
And when was that?
That was at 8:36 in the morning.
So you knew as you went out to Burger King that the 911 call was July 11th, 2019 at 8:36 a.m.?
Yes, that's correct.
And were you aware when you went out to the Burger King of when the police had arrived at the scene?
Yes.
And was that within a few minutes around 8:41 or 8:42 a.m.?
Yes, that's about right.
And were you aware prior to going out there of when Lori Vallow had been shown or seen on body cam back at 5531 South Four Peaks?
I was.
And was that the 8:48 a.m.?
Yes, that's right.
So all of this is kind of a timeline you're considering when you're going out to Burger King.
Correct.
So when you went out there, were you aware of that? I guess when you went out to Burger King, were you also under an understanding that Lori Vallow had said she was at the house when Charles Vallow was shot?
That was my understanding, yes.
So did all of that play into when you would assume the timing of her arriving at Burger King?
It did.
So sometime after 8:36 is what you're expecting?
To some extent. I was aware that there's a little bit of a logistical difficulty in the question of how one could leave at 8:36 or at just after, and then arrive back by 8:48, knowing the distances and knowing the city of Chandler like I do. So because of that, knowing that it was clearly the case that she was there at 8:48 because she was on officer's body-worn video, then I knew that there were 911.
It's called to when she arrives back, and you're thinking that there's no way to go to Burger King and drop a kid off at school and get back?
Correct. One of the other things that I was trying to establish when I called her is where she had taken him to school, and to confirm that we hadn't misunderstood about the Burger King event happening after the shooting. Because if we hadn't misunderstood, and then learning where the school's approximately 7 miles away from the house. So the idea that one could in 12 minutes go to a Burger King, get their order, drive 7 miles one way, 7 miles back, and arrive in that amount of time seemed very unlikely to me.
So you're now going to Burger King to try to figure out when she actually went there?
Correct.
When you are going to the Burger King, were you aware of what vehicle she was driving?
I was.
Was that, again, body cam had shown what vehicle she had come in?
That's correct.
And was that a red Kia Sorento?
That's right.
So when let me ask you this, did you go to a Burger King over at 2865 East Ocotillo Road in Chandler?
I did.
How did you know to go to that one?
I chose that one because it was the closest one, and I wanted to make that logical assumption that that's probably where someone would go first, and then see if I found evidence there that that was the correct one.
All right, so you weren't given that information, you're just trying to figure out which Burger King it was?
Correct.
Did you ask to see if they had surveillance video from the morning of July 11th?
I did.
So you're there on July 12th?
Yes.
When you look at surveillance video at a place like a Burger King, do you ever verify that the date timestamp on that video is accurate?
I do. We very commonly find that at various places the level of accuracy to their date and timestamps can be exactly right, or they can be off by a significant margin. So the best practice, and what I did in this case, is I will ask to see their live view, and the live view typically has a timestamp, as it did in this case, and then I will use my cell phone, my work cell phone's location time, or my work cell phone's time, and if they match up, then to me that indicates that the timestamp is probably relatively reliable, particularly if I'm there just the day after the video that I'm looking for.
In this case, was the date timestamp correct for that Burger King?
Yes, that's right.
Did you then ask to watch the surveillance video from that morning of July 11th?
I did.
And as you were watching it, did you see a red SUV and a person that appeared to be Lori Vallow going through the drive-thru?
I did.
Do you recall about what time you saw that happen?
I want to say the timestamp on that is around 7:20 something.
Is it 7:54?
7:54. That is probably correct, yes.
So if you're looking at a timestamp at 7:54 and you know the 911 call is at 8:36, are you already starting to wonder what's going on here?
Yes, this was one of the concerns that led us to pursue this avenue of investigation.
And you're aware that Lori Vallow had told Detective Incklin that she had left right after Charles was shot.
That is what I was told.
So if she left right after he was shot, she somehow is already at Burger King more than 40 minutes after the shooting, before the 911 call.
Correct.
Did you look at various channels from that surveillance video at Burger King?
I did.
And did you also ask to obtain a receipt from her purchase?
I did.
I can have my paralegal approach with 217 and 218.
Thank you.
We're looking at 217 and 218. Did those contain affidavits from Burger King authenticating both the recording and the receipt?
They do.
And is that from the Burger King that you went to obtain that video and that receipt?
It is.
The state will move to admit 217 and 218.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
217 and 218 are admitted.
Now, just so we know, although we have the video right there and that's been admitted, did you create a PowerPoint we're going to get to in a bit that actually includes the relevant portions of that video in it?
I did.
Okay. So ultimately, we have 7:54-ish that you see Lori Vallow going through the Burger King. Were you then ever asked to meet with Lori Vallow to get that hotel key still on the 12th here?
Yes, that's correct.
Where did you meet with her?
I met with her at the Four Peaks house.
Okay. Do you recall meeting with her there around 2:10 in the afternoon on July 12th?
Yes, that's right.
Did she provide you with a key card to a hotel, or what looked like a key card to a hotel?
She did.
Do you see that person who gave you Charles Vallow's key card in the courtroom today?
I do.
And can you point her out and identify what she's wearing?
Yes, she's sitting at the defense table wearing a black blazer.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
It shall.
Now, at this time, you had already watched the Burger King video that we've discussed. Did she appear to be the same person you saw driving that red Kia Sorento?
Yes, that's correct.
And when you went to the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks, did you see a red Kia Sorento at that residence?
I did.
And did that have Colorado license plates of BRS 084?
It did.
Did that appear to match the vehicle you also saw going through the drive-thru of that Burger King?
It did.
When you got the key card, did you then meet up with Detective Moffett to go to the hotel?
Correct.
And was that the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan Village Parkway in Gilbert?
Yes.
When you went there, were you able to verify that that's where Charles Vallow was staying?
Yes, I believe Detective Moffett spoke to them, but then we were directed to a room.
So, were you present with Detective Moffett during that?
I was present, yes.
Okay, and so you were provided with a room number where he was staying?
Yes.
And were you provided, well, you had a room key already to get in there?
Correct.
Did you, while you were there or later, obtain both an affidavit and record showing that Charles Vallow had stayed at that hotel?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal approach with 219.
Thank you.
Does 219 contain an affidavit authenticating the reservation and room information for Charles Vallow at that True Hilton Hotel?
It does.
And that's the hotel you had gone to with the key card that you got from the defendant?
Yes, that's correct.
The state. Okay. So just pull out a little. We see this is from in Exhibit 219, the True Hilton at 1950 South Santan.
Yes.
And did this show that Charles Vallow arrived on the 10th and was supposed to leave on the 13th?
Yes, that's correct.
And then were you also provided with information that this was Charles Vallow's room?
Yes, that's right.
Did you and Detective Moffett go into room 127?
We did.
And when you went in there, what was inside?
There were items that I understood to belong to Mr. Vallow. That was our primary reason for being there, was to secure them. A backpack, 2 suitcases, I believe, at least 1 laptop computer. I assisted in gathering these up and impounding them.
Okay. So all of those items were brought to the Chandler Police Department and impounded?
That's right.
Okay. After you had gone to the True Hilton Hotel, did you also learn that the defendant had told Detective Incklin that she had stopped at a Walgreens to buy some flip-flops?
Initially, I was told a CVS. Whether I misunderstood or there was a miscommunication, I initially believed it was a CVS.
So did you try to locate a CVS in the generic area that you're looking at of the Burger King and the school?
I did. I tried actually 7 different CVS locations trying to locate video and wasn't able to.
So at that point, you were unable to verify that initially?
Correct.
Were you then asked to review the GPS data that was extracted from Charles Vallow's cell phone?
I was.
Did you have anything to do with extracting the data from his cell phone?
I did not.
Can you talk to us about this GPS data that's part of this extraction? Like, do all cell phones give us GPS data?
As an end user and the person who doesn't do the extraction, depending on a particular user's settings, particularly if we're talking about smartphones, phones equipped with a GPS module and where that GPS module is working, they may record the GPS location of the device for various reasons, depending on the settings. I, for example, keep my GPS location off, so you would not expect to find very many GPS recorded locations on my device. Many people keep them on. I find it's quite common. If so, then the people in the computer forensics unit are able to extract data from the phone to include logged GPS locations, and then can produce that in a report, which as an end user, I can view the latitude, longitude that was recorded by the device for one reason or another, and the date and time that it was recorded by the device, and that gives us GPS locations to look at for where the device may have been.
So for Charles Vallow's phone, were you, through that extraction, provided with, I'll call it ongoing GPS data location for his phone on July 11th?
Yes, so there were GPS locations recorded on the device for July 11th, which was the time period of interest, and I was able to look at those.
Okay, so did you look and see if there were GPS location device information on the phone for other dates as well?
I did not do that.
You're just looking at the date of this shooting?
Correct.
And when we talk about the device, so this is telling you not who has the device, just where the device is.
That's right.
When you were looking at that GPS data from the extraction of Charles Vallow's phone, did you discover that Lori Vallow may have actually gone to a Walgreens?
I did.
Based upon looking at that information, did you find an address at 785 South Cooper Road that corresponded to a Walgreens where you saw the device at around 8:15 a.m. on July 11th?
I did.
Based upon seeing that GPS data, did you go to that Walgreens?
Yes, I initially called. I eventually went.
After going to 7 CVS, you decided to call?
I decided to call.
And when you called, did you learn that they did in fact, well, what did you do? How did they know what you're even looking for?
I called, asked to speak to a manager, as I will often do in things like this, and said, I don't tell them specifically why, but I'm looking to see if a person came through, and I provide a general description of that person and what it is that they may have purchased. Usually that's enough. That's what I did in this case. That's enough for them to find if they do or don't have that transaction on video. That's what I did.
So you have the time and the date, the 8:15 and July 11th, and you just give them a description and see if they can find anything that matches?
Correct.
Did they advise you they did?
They did.
Did you go to that Walgreens and obtain a copy of that surveillance footage?
I did.
From multiple cameras?
Correct.
Did you also obtain a copy of the receipt of her purchase?
I did.
My paralegal can approach with 216. And so looking at 216, do you see an affidavit for that Walgreens that you contacted regarding obtaining both the surveillance video and the receipt, as well as a copy of the receipt and the video itself?
I do.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 216.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
216 is admitted.
And if I can publish the receipt portion.
This is Walgreens.
So for this receipt, it advises that at 8:19, there was a purchase for 2 different pairs of flip-flops.
Yes.
Okay. And that corresponded to what you observed on the video that is in this exhibit as well?
Yes, that's correct.
In watching this video, did you recognize the person making that purchase?
I did.
And who did you recognize that to be?
I recognized Ms. Lori Vallow, at the time now Ms. Daybell, from having seen the body-worn video and also having met her in person.
Okay. And the video that you obtained here, did you also incorporate that into a PowerPoint presentation that you created showing the GPS data location from July 11th of 2019?
I did.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, so did you create a PowerPoint presentation of the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone for July 11th of 2019?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you use any phone records for other individuals such as Lori Vallow?
I did.
When you were creating this PowerPoint, did you utilize cell phone records, and I think you talked to us about the difference here, and cell tower data that was provided to you by the providers, and by providers I mean like a T-Mobile or an AT&T?
Those records were provided to Chandler Police Department, not to me directly. I later obtained copies that I used to incorporate in my presentation.
So were you aware of search warrants that were issued to obtain cell phone records to include cell tower data for several different individuals?
Yes.
So in your PowerPoint presentation, did you utilize GPS data that was for Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone with a phone number of 808-755-5452?
One minor clarification, I wouldn't call it GPS data particularly. There's location data, correct, but not specifically derived via GPS, as was the data from Mr. Vallow's phone.
And if I can have Exhibit 222. In Exhibit 222, do we see both an affidavit authenticating Lori Vallow's Verizon cell phone records for that 808-755-5452? Thumb drive of all of the phone records?
Yes, it does.
And does it also include some printouts from those records themselves?
Yes, it does.
State will move to admit 222 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
222 is admitted.
Did you utilize then some of the cell tower data that was provided by Verizon in those records for Lori Vallow's cell phone in your PowerPoint presentation?
I did.
Did you also become aware of the police executing a search warrant for another cell phone associated to Lori Vallow with T-Mobile for 480-692-9562?
Yes.
Were you provided with those records so that you could also look at the cell tower usage of that phone on July 11th?
Yes.
If my paralegal can approach with 220. Looking at Exhibit 220, is there an affidavit in there from T-Mobile?
Yes, there is.
Related to, again, Lori Vallow, 480.
That's correct.
Does it also include a thumb drive of all the records in there?
It does.
As well as some of the records printed out?
Yes, it does.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 220.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
220 is admitted.
If I can just do one more before we
Go ahead.
Were you also made aware that search warrants were executed to obtain Verizon cell phone records for Alexander Cox for a phone number of 480-3? Did you utilize those records and the cell tower data that was part of them in your PowerPoint presentation for July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
And if I can have my paralegal approach with 221. Looking at 221, do you see an affidavit there from Verizon for the Verizon cell phone records for 480-310-9120?
I see an affidavit, but I see this is the number ending 5452.
And if you can look at the, is there a second affidavit in there?
Yes, this does include 9120, but I saw in the envelope here it lists the
And
other
there's-
number.
Perfect. So there's an affidavit in there for the 9120 number
There is.
associated with Alexander Cox.
Yes,
And there's also a thumb drive in there of all the phone records associated with, again, that number 480-310-9120.
yes,
And those were, again, records that you utilized in creating your PowerPoint for
Yes.
July 11th. The state will move to admit Exhibit 221.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
221's admitted.
Now, you talked to us earlier about your training and experience in using GPS data and cell tower data, correct?
yes.
When you are looking at either GPS data from a cell phone or cell tower data from a provider, do you try to verify the accuracy of that information by comparing it to other sources?
Absolutely.
For instance, you told us that you were using the GPS data from Charles Vallow's cell phone, and you went to Burger King.
Correct.
And were you looking at the times to see if the GPS data and time matched what you saw in that video?
Yes, with one slight correction. I went to the Burger King initially because it was the closest one. Later, when I was given the GPS data, I looked and saw that it did, in fact, accord to the Burger King. And then I went to the Walgreens because of what I had seen in the GPS data. In either direction that you do that in, essentially what I'm trying to do is make sure just because a device has logged a location at a particular date and time doesn't have to mean it was there. The device could be wrong. It could have been changed in some way. One of the things that we do to make sure that we are relying on good data only is to find other means of corroborating if the device was apparently at that location.
Thank you. So I have this plugged in here, if I can just admit it, but did you provide the state with Exhibit 209, that is a thumb drive of your PowerPoint print?
Yes.
Did you sign, and I think put your badge number on the back of it?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's something you created that we've talked about, incorporating all of these different records that we've discussed.
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 209 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
209's admitted.
Might be a good time to break
Right.
before we start with this.
All right. Let's take our noon recess. I'll remind the jury of the admonition. We'll resume with the jury at 1:30 p.m.
All rise for the jury.
They always come back after they let the jury out, so I'm just going to wait a minute before I start my recap. And there's a poll if you guys want to take it about the tie. All right, seems like maybe there's no... Okay. All right, so court's at lunch. I can put this up. Court is at lunch until, let's see, 1:30 would be 4:30, so 5 o'clock, until 5 Eastern. Court is at lunch until 5 o'clock Eastern. All right, let's get to the recap, which Detective Ariel Werther, remember they took a break. They took a break before we kind of recapped a little bit about the, who was up there? Cassandra, Detective Cassandra was up. So Detective Ariel, I think he goes with Ariel Werther. He started with 911 dispatch, and then he went to the Law Enforcement Academy in 2010. He went to talk to Lori about JJ. He didn't have contact with Lori on July 11th. July 12th, he did make contact via phone, and that was recorded. Kind of wish we would hear that, but I guess it was really nothing to note other than, hey, I'm Detective Werther. Can I come talk to you? So he got contact info on JJ, where he went to school. He found out about the Burger King. He found out about Charles and the hotel he was staying at, which was the True Hilton Hotel. He went to Burger King to get video, and he went to the closest Burger King around using his deductive powers. Let's see, he found Lori had Charles's key in that was in his wallet, so it was a True Hilton Hotel. He went to Burger King to get that video. He knew that the 911 call came in at 8:36, and he knew law enforcement arrived at 8:41. He knew Lori arrived back at 8:48. So it's 7 miles to the school, 7 miles back. So there's only a 12-minute difference between the 911 call and her arriving at home. So to drive 7 miles one way, drive 7 miles, it's 14 miles. Even if you're going 60 miles an hour, you're still not going to cover that distance. So he chose the closest Burger King. He got surveillance of Lori going through the drive-through. He said it was around 7:20 something, and Trina K says, was it 7:40, 7:54? He's like, yeah, that seems correct. He created a PowerPoint, which I'm assuming we're going to see after lunch. He went to the hotel with Detective Moffat, verified that Charles stayed there, room 127, right? That there's a book, that's a movie. Let's see. Then basically he got the phones. He got 2 phones of Lori's, got GPS data of the 2 phones of Lori's. So that is basically what we heard from Detective Werther. So I've got some work to do, you guys. So I'm going to dip out for a little while. I'll let you guys. Let me see. I can bring you back over here. Nope. Bring you back here. We'll keep it here. And I'll play some music for you guys, and I will see you in a little bit. I've got some work to do, so I'll see you guys in a little bit. Don't want that. Oh, here, let me see. Got to get the disclaimer up there. Jeez. Get it together, Chris. All right. Hold on a sec. Okay, I'll see you guys in a little bit. Hello and welcome back, everybody. I wanted to thank the Recovery Addict Raid. Thank you, Scott, for sending us your raid. We are over 6,500 subscribers now, so thank you, Scott, for that. Really appreciate that. That was awesome. So thank you for that. Thank you all the new people that are out there hearing me talk. For those that are unfamiliar with Lori Daybell, she's representing herself in the trial where she is accused of conspiring to delete her husband, Charles Vallow, who is the upper right there. Alex Cox is her brother. He is no longer alive. Tylee is her daughter. She is no longer alive. JJ, who is not pictured here, he is no longer alive. Now, Melanie and Adam are still alive. So there was Charles came over to Lori's house. Charles was living in Houston. Lori was living in Arizona, Phoenix area, Chandler to be specific, and Tylee and JJ were living with Lori. Lori calls Alex to come over because she's afraid that Charles is going to be violent with her. And Charles comes over around 7:30. He's texting with Adam because Charles is like, Lori's gone off the deep end. She's been going off the deep end for months. They were going to have an intervention. So Adam flew in from Kansas. And they're texting. Charles is texting Adam saying, hey, your brother, Alex is here. What should I do? He's like, wow, that's really weird because we were supposed to get together. All right, Angelique. Awesome. 1 month on the record. Woohoo. Thank you. And Charles goes in. Apparently there's a fight, according to Lori, because Tylee's gone, JJ is gone, Alex is gone, Charles is gone. So there's 5 people in the house. Only 1 remains, and that's Lori. So we have no way to corroborate her story, right? So they say a fight ensues. Tylee comes out with a bat saying, get away from my mom, because Charles is not the biological father. And Charles apparently grabs the bat from Tylee, starts swinging it at Lori. Alex jumps him. They tussle. Charles gets away somehow. Alex goes and gets a gun, shoots Charles in the chest. Charles falls to his knees because he has abrasions on his knees, and yet he's found on his back. So there's questions about that. And then so he gets shot through the heart, literally, and then there's a shot in his abdomen, but it comes out his back, shoulder. So they think that the medical examiner thinks that Charles was on his back and Alex stood at his feet and shot him that way. So. Hey, Clips and Vixen, how are you? So good to see you. Appreciate you. Jamie Jane, such a sad situation, I know. Holly Mack, hello again to you. Mel Stiller, of course not. Lori made very sure there were no witnesses remaining. That is true. Pammy saying hi to Indy Cindy. There's Indy Cindy. Hello. Thank you for joining us. DMB, hopefully this trial will be over before Karen Reed starts. Yeah, I heard they have a jury, but Bev says they're not going to start until Tuesday. Next Tuesday. Oh yeah, DMB, yes, don't forget the magic bamboo shirt. Yes, so Charles was wearing this Kevlar magic bamboo shirt, $200 shirt. Lori made sure to tell us that. And so when he's on the ground, we found out about a shored bullet wound. So apparently when a bullet comes out of, so if this is your body, here's the floor. If your body is next to a firm surface, when the bullet comes out, it produces a different kind of wound and a different kind of bullet, I guess, when it hits that firm surface. So dumplings to go. I don't believe that falling to one's knees on tile or wood floor would cause abrasions. Can abrasions be bruising though as well? Let's see. Abrasions, it's a scrape. We know that. It's a superficial skin injury known as scrape or graze. So that's what I usually thought was like I guess a contusion would be a bruise. So you think maybe it happened in the scuffle, the so-called scuffle? Capri Law saying great to see you all. Dumplings to go. Contusions, yes. Abrasions, no. Concrete would cause scrapes. So what do you think caused it? It must have been the scuffle then. It must have been this the so-called scuffle. Lulu says, can't wait until no one has to hear her voice again. Yeah. Bruises are contusions. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, DMB. Northwest or Alex ordered Charles at knees at gunpoint. Candace Hoff, hello. How are you? Haven't seen you in a while. Thank you for joining us. Deanna May, hello to you. Thank you for coming back in and joining us. Rockin' Dockins, I still think Lori should wear the shirt and test the gun. Ouch. That would be one way to find out about the magic Kevlar. Now let's go back to, we'll come back here. Just make sure we're live. Okay. So we have a few minutes. Yes, Therapist, let's congratulate Trial TV Live for hitting 6,500 subs. They worked so hard, put up with so much, and earned everyone. Aw, thank you, Therapist. We are at 6,520 right now, you guys. So thank you, Scott. Thank you, Recovery Addict. Thank you for all that came over in the Scott raid. Appreciate you guys. Selena Key is ready for the afternoon. Brett says Lori has translated, so who needs Kevlar? Yep. I also have transponded. Capri saying congratulations. Hazel saying congratulations. Pammy saying congratulations. Traveling Teresa saying congratulations. DMB, I'm still hoping for a shock belt test. Excuse me, just to make sure it's working. All right. Christy G, thank you for the congratulations. DMB Secondus, thank you for the congratulations. Nanar, I fell on both of my knees when bowling and broke my knee. Ouch, I'm not clumsy. I have been a good bowler. I had been a good bowler. Dumplings to go. If Lori was translated, why is she and Chad the only two still here? Irish Amy, yay! Congratulations to Squeegee and Aaron. Fantastic news. You deserve it for your amazing work and general awesomeness. Ah, thank you. Mallory, thank you for the congratulations. Deanna May, thank you guys. Clips and Vixen say thank you all so much for joining us. Remember to hit that like button. Missy Russell, congratulations. Nice. Golden Girl saying congratulations. Thank you guys. Lacey. Trial Junkies United, well deserved with all the hard work you have put into this wonderful community. Thank you guys. Mel Stiller and I have transformed. we couldn't have done it without you guys. And Scott, you're a big reason. You've done many raids on us, and you supported us through Sarah Boone. We provided the feed, but you provided the equipment. So, Carol, thank you. Congratulations. Hope Meet Fear. MEG, so great to see you. Congratulations. Awesome. Thank you. Ken saying thank you as well. Hellcat, thank you all who joined us today and helped get us to this milestone. Absolutely. Mallory, Draw TV Live has officially translated. Rockin' Dawkins, grats. Selena K saying congratulations. Hazel, I love when mods are off duty and they still do mod duties like Clips and Vixen. So kind. That is true. Once a mod, always a mod, right? You can't help but to be a mod somewhere else. Scarlett O'Hara, congrats. Appreciate that. Martha Ivy, congratulations. You guys are so sweet. Thank you. Thank you so much. Really appreciate all of this. Bach throwing up some emojis, just flying underneath the radar with the 4 emojis. Tracy K saying congratulations. Tammy and KS, congrats and stuff. Widespread Panic just got back. Woohoo! 66.5. Yep. 6.521. 6,521. Oh, Drunky the Bear. Let's hope we can get a shock belt misfire as a reward. Thanks for all your hard work, TTVL and mods. Oh, thank you, Drunky. Appreciate that. I shall let me give you a shout out over here too. So for Drunky, you guys, we couldn't do it without you. Seriously, we are only as good as our chat and our mods. So appreciate it. Let's see, Capri Law giving some hearts. Sherry M joining in the morning. I'll get in my PC first thing. Congrats. Nice. Lily Wayne, well done. Chris and Aaron, you are terrific people. Aw, who have provided a great place for us to be. Well, thank you, Lily. I appreciate that. Cajun Butterfly, afternoon to everyone. I've been listening but not watching. Congratulations to Trial TV. Thank you. Deanna May, it's so nice to watch without work interrupting. Recovering from surgery on Friday. No cancer. Woohoo! Thank you, guys. Kristen, thank you so much. Therapist, you know. So sweet. Thank you for that. Oh, no, Rona, you were timed out. Holly Mack saying congratulations. Thank you, therapist, you know. Couldn't happen to two better people. You guys, we have the best mods, you guys. We have such a great chat. We have the best chat. We have the best mods. It's a wonderful community, and you guys make it what it is. And Aaron just reminded me that we just created a new, for members, Rabbit Ears and Up. If you like the music that we are playing we did Zachary Hughes, we did Mona, we did Monica, yeah, and now we've done Lori. We've got three playlists now. And for members, Rabbit Ears on Up, if you want to listen to the music.
With like, no trial.
Like this. If you dig the music that that Aaron put together, you can now check it. It's available to you. If you want to just listen to it on a Saturday or Sunday while you're hanging out, feel free to listen to it. Mallory Beavers, I love it here. We love it that you love it here. Capri Law, you and Aaron are the magnets. Well, thank you, Capri. That's sweet. Appreciate that. Mel says, heartiest congratulations to Deanna May. Yeah, that's great. Our milestone pales in comparison to being cancer-free, so good for you. Rockin' Dawkins, love the music. Awesome. Well, it's available to members. We're going to make that members only because we have to start giving more member stuff. We've reached that point where we have to start. Oh, hey, how you doing? This guy's waving to us. All right, give it a second or two. I'm a little bit ahead of you guys. Some guy comes in and he waves at us. All right, this guy in the hat. All right. I'm going to go to our courtroom insider, Joe Schmo. If you guys are not familiar with Joe, he is in the courtroom. We do daily recaps with him. He's Joe Schmo 88 is his handle on YouTube, and on the twits, on the X's, the Twitters, he's JS_media. So definitely go give him some love. Let's see. Where is Joe? Joe is LDS too, so he definitely has some insight if you really want to dive deep into Lori and LDS. Joe has interviewed Krishna. He's interviewed Kresha. Yeah, that's Lori's niece, right? No. Kay's niece. Okay, he's interviewed Kay's niece. Yeah, definitely go check out Joe Schmo, you guys. He's okay. Let's see. Oh dear. Okay. Joe's saying they may end early today, so I'm not going to give any spoilers alert because he's a half hour ahead of us. But half hour ago, judge enters and immediately goes on the record. Says the state has notified him of something. So I'm not going to say what it is. We'll just have to wait. All right, might be a tech issue. All right, I'm not going to say what happened because I want to watch it with you guys.
And no spoilers.
And no spoilers, yeah. No spoilers from the squeege. Squeegee's not going to give spoilers. Alice, welcome back. And Baca, no deep dive needed. Nope. That's a hard no. It is. But Joe, support Joe. I know a lot of you guys do that. Super Kelly G, hello all. Glad to be back. Let's check out our Detective Fancy Hair. Oh, I ended the poll. 248 votes. Good job on that, guys. Do you like the tie? 75% said yes, 25% said no. So, seems overwhelmingly you guys like the tie. Oh, wait, let me hear what they're saying.
That I noticed on that, yeah. All
Yes.
right. Yeah, it's still live, right? All right.
All right, he's just kind of talking there. Trial Junkies United, objection. All the mods were ready if the Pip Squeegee gave any spoilers. Nice. I know I've tried to pronounce your name before, and I always want to say Avalon Rising, but it's Avanlia. I knew a lovely Mormon family. I almost married in, but I researched the religion and was terrified. Lots of sus stuff there. I also like your profile picture. They are some of the nicest people I've ever met, but I can't say that about the whole church. But the question we're all asking is, did Dwayne like the tie? I don't know. Is it's still Viber? Yeah, Pammy. Blue cap fellow wants his camera time. He keeps kind of coming back. Hey, Cola, I just saw that the jury's now seated in Karen Reed. Yep, 9 men, 9 women. Oh, I didn't know that. Will you guys be covering the trial here? Probably not.
What are we going to do, though?
I don't know. If Lori's over, well, because the Brandon Boudreau is going to start.
Immediately following?
But then this goes into Corey, possibly.
The Corey's not happening.
I don't know. We have to have an executive meeting and talk about it. We thought we weren't going to because we thought Karen would already be on and Lori would be going in for another 2 or 3 weeks. So we thought there's no way we're going to cover Karen. But Karen's going to be like 5 or 6 weeks. That's going to take us into May. That's going to take us to like the end of May. Yeah, RA's doing Karen, I know. RA, everybody's doing Karen, Birdie, I know. That's why we don't want to do it. Brandy's going to be covering it. Candace, I know. Plenty of coverage on Karen already. I know. I know.
We could do a rewatch. We can watch Chandler. No. Yeah, Chandler Harrelson.
Chandler Harrelson. There's other. We'll figure it out. We'll have a meeting this weekend and we'll figure it out. Yeah. All right. Well, I got to pull that one up. Yes. Trial Junkies United. Objection. Remember, Super Bowl has to be involved in this executive decision. Scarlett saying cover Karen. OnlyFans saying everyone. Avonlea. I have to see that again. Avonlea. Okay, Avonlea. There it is. Avonlea. So no Leah, Avonlea. Okay, oops. Shut up, Chris. They're back on.
Jury is not present. Apparently you have a witness issue this afternoon.
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Duncan was out ill yesterday and ill Sunday as well, and was not doing well as the morning went along, so I did send him home, and so Detective Werther will be our last witness today.
Okay.
I presume that Detective Duncan will be hopefully better tomorrow.
Right. All right, so depending on, well, when we finish with this witness, whether it's before or after our noon break, or afternoon break, we'll conclude for the day at that time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry about that.
Is there anything else that we need to discuss before we bring the jury in?
Not that the state's aware of.
No? Okay. Let's bring the jury in.
So Duncan is sick and they may end early. So.
All right, the jury is now present. Everyone may be seated. You can continue with this witness.
Thank you. So, Detective, before the break, we had just admitted Exhibit 209, a PowerPoint that you created utilizing the GPS data that was extracted from Charles Vallow's phone, correct?
Yes.
The cell tower data that you obtained through, that you were able to obtain from search warrants on cell phones for Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
Correct.
As well as incorporating some of the video that you had obtained from Burger King and the Walgreens.
That's right.
All right. We had attempted to see if you could control this from your location, but you were not able to, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to have you sort of tell me as we go through when to proceed to the next stop, okay?
Very good.
So on this first page, is this just describing for us the cell phones and the data, where you obtained the data from?
Correct.
Okay. Can you talk to us about what we're seeing here? What is this for?
Yes, so I tried to have a slide for each set of records incorporated into the presentation. These are records I was provided. It's not necessarily the case that every one of these things is depicted at some point in the presentation, but these are all the records that was provided, about this number ending in 5452. Throughout the presentation, I'll refer to most of the numbers by their last 4 digits. It's just easier than listing the whole thing out, and they all have unique last 4. So the list of subscribers is listed there, and then also the contact name that was listed in the subscriber records, and then you can see what each of the files was, primarily CSV or XLSX files. These are spreadsheets like you would open in Excel.
Okay. Next.
Yep. Okay, there we are. This is the same title for a different phone number ending 9562. You'll notice this one is T-Mobile, and the way T-Mobile provided their records is a lot fewer spreadsheets. It just happens to be the case that Verizon tends to provide an awful lot of files. It's just the way they maintain their records, and we don't control that.
So some of them have records that one spreadsheet may include everything from calls to cell tower locations, and others they separate them all out.
Correct. Different businesses choose to keep their records different ways. We don't dictate it. We take what we're given and then we analyze that.
So this 9562 number is for Lori Vallow.
That's what the subscriber information listed, yes. And here we have the records related to a Verizon number ending 9120, listed subscriber, Mr. Alex Cox. This is again Verizon, so as you can see, we have that multiple number of spreadsheets in the manner that they tend to provide them.
And those are sort of the things that were on those thumb drives when we were talking about the exhibit?
Correct. And then this is going to represent the data extracted from Mr. Vallow's phone after the fact. This report that I incorporates only the locations logged by the device. There's other data on the phone that I don't address here.
Okay. And then you referred to the evidence item of the CH131035-001.
Yes.
And that's impound number for that cell phone.
Yes, that's the Chandler PDSI number for that particular device from which the data was extracted. I mentioned some of this earlier, but again, I have it on the screen here representing that these are location data expressed as latitude-longitude pairs, as you would see in many other circumstances. Any given device may log them more frequently or less frequently, but we can examine the phone and see if they are present. And then for the data point marker, if you would click advance once, when it's represented on the screen, it's going to be represented as a dot with no particular radius, because the way that the device stored the location, it provides a latitude and a longitude, but it doesn't make any assertion as to what the error rate on that is. It just says, here's the latitude and longitude that the device recorded on this date at this time. As we go through and we're looking at location data inferred from cell site connections, you will see pins on the map, and they're color-coded because one of the easier ways for people to tell which thing we're looking at is what color it is. So you saw in the last slide I had assigned the GPS location data the color of red. It's just as an arbitrary assignment. And then we have blue for one of the phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallow. We have purple for one of the other phone numbers attributed to Lori Vallow. We have green for the number attributed to Alex Cox. When you see these, those will be what they're associated with. And also, because that can be hard to remember, each slide that represents those records will have tabs up at the top to remind people of what they represent. We can advance, I think. This shape that you will see when we're dealing with cell site connections, this is a visual representation of what the estimated coverage area of a particular cell site would look like if you were above it looking down. So there's the way that the records are stored and the way that they're returned to us by the cell phone providers. They will indicate a date and a time a connection was made. They'll give sufficient information to identify the tower to which it connected and also the face of the tower. So cell phone towers have multiple faces that a device could connect to, and that's going to indicate a direction generally. And then one can estimate what the coverage area of that face of the tower might be, and that's represented on the map as an estimate of the device's likely location area.
So when we're talking about the cell phone itself giving you the GPS location, is that more specific than this cell tower data that you're receiving from the providers like Verizon and T-Mobile?
Yeah, so there's there's a distinction between precision and accuracy, right? So precision is how precisely the thing is defined. So what area? So when the GPS location data says this exact latitude and longitude to some number of decimal places was logged at this time, that's very precise. That doesn't mean it has to be very accurate, but it does mean it's quite precise. What you will see when these devices are connecting to cell towers is you're going to see relatively large areas where the device is inferred to have been. It likely was in that area. This is different because the device didn't record this location. The provider recorded that on this date, at this time, this mobile device connected to this tower on this face, and we know or are able to determine the approximate coverage areas of those towers. But it's not more precise than that. It's a much more general area. This is another representation of that shape. So this shape is derived by people in the industry by testing the way that these antennas work in what's called an anechoic chamber, which is a fancy word for a room that's designed to reduce the interference with the propagation of radio waves. So if this represents what a coverage area might look like under lab conditions, one thing to keep in mind is that the real world basically never mirrors lab conditions. This is an estimated area where you would expect an antenna to likely have coverage, and that's what it's represented for. And then if you click forward, it just shows the direction the antenna face was pointing. If you are looking at one of these shapes on the map, then that center line is what's known as the azimuth, which is essentially just the angle at which that face of the tower was recorded to have been facing.
So you're not able to tell us within this area where the cell phone may have been located?
Not without a different type of data or a separate corroboration. It's to say that the likely coverage area where the device likely was is somewhere in that red shaded area.
And so when you talked about trying to use other sources to verify this, we talked about Charles Vallow's phone and looking at the GPS data, for instance, with the Walgreens. Are you doing the same thing with the cell tower?
Yes, that's correct. It's with any of the data that we're given that asserts to represent the location of a person or of a device. One of the first things one wants to ask is, okay, well, how reliable is that, and what ways can we determine if it's reliable? And so in all instances, I'm looking to see other corroboration that that location data appears to be accurate. This is an example of what the mapping will look like that you'll see throughout this. So this is just a section taken from a slide that was generated, and I put it up front so you can see in advance what it's likely to look like at different points. So if you click forward, this is going to represent in Google Earth Pro, they have this timeline slider bar that allows one to interact with what time it is. So up top, that should be visible, and there'll also be notation, and it'll show approximately when the events depicted on the screen took place, and it'll be a range. It can be widened or narrowed as needed. And if you'll click forward. So as we just discussed, the estimated location for the device ending 9120 would be somewhere in that green shaded area. And if you'll click forward. The iPhone, which was recording its locations as pinpoints, those are all expanded out, but you see how the lines all draw to the same approximate place. That means that for a period of time it was in a same location, and when one clicks on it, they all balloon out to show that they're all tied back tied back to that same place. So you would expect the iPhone to be in the area where those all tie together, and if one zooms in, you get a more precise look at that. And then if you click forward, then the estimated location for 5452, somewhere in the lavender shaded area. You'll notice that they're sized differently. This size is an estimate based on cell phone tower density. It can vary by provider, and it can vary by the area, because as a general rule, cell phones seek the strongest connection that they have available to them. So when the device connects to the tower, that tower's area may be greater if there is less density of cell towers around, and it may be smaller if there's more density. And then the last thing is a reminder of what those tabs up top are for. Those are just to help a viewer keep track of what they're seeing on the screen.
All right. So you told us that you mapped just July 11th of 2019, correct?
Correct. So this animation is showing location data derived from the cell phone. So you'll see the tab up top reminding you what the color coding means. And it shows the True by Hilton 1950 South Santan Village Parkway. And that the location data is in that area in the early morning hours, and also in a few areas nearby, but then returns to that area.
I missed 716. I don't know why I did that. Hold on. So we're looking, you have 716, Charles' iPhone is in the area of the True Hilton, so this is AM, correct?
Yeah, so it's, and forgive me, I'm going to use military time because it's what we do, but 0000 is midnight through 716. This animation covers that range of time, and it's playing through what the locations do as one scrolls through that time, including that they end and the True by Hilton. These can be somewhat graphically intensive.
Okay. So as you're continuing through the morning, you continue mapping the GPS of Charles's phone?
Yes, so
I don't know why it's doing this. Okay.
we may need a different machine.
May need to what?
A different machine. Okay, this time frame that you saw depicted partially is showing that from 716 to 731, all the individual recorded locations describe a path, and that path leads from the True Hilton along major roadways generally, and then comes at around 731 to the area of 5531 South Four Peaks Place. And then it goes slightly past that to 737, which marks the last outgoing communication sent by the device before the shooting is known to have occurred.
We'll keep trying this one, and if it messed up again, I'll switch to the other one.
All right.
So just so we know, when was the 911 call?
The 911 call was at 8:36.
So at 7:37, you see the last outgoing communication. That's a text message sent by the phone?
Correct. This is advancing from 737 to 749 and showing those various location hits in the general area of the Four Peaks Place house. And then at about 750, which as it notes is 45 minutes before the call would be made to 911, the device leaves the area. And then it zooms out and it shows that at a 752, which is about 43 minutes before the call will be made to 911. The device associated with Alex Cox, specifically the 9120 device, makes an outgoing call to the 9562 device associated with Ms. Lori Vallow.
All right, so we see the little house icon is the residence where the shooting occurred, correct?
Correct.
And we see Lori Vallow's phone at this point at 9:52 utilizing a cell tower that is overlaps some, but it appears to be away from the residence.
Yes, so the pin is the location of the cell tower that is being connected to in each of these cases. So yes, one would notice that the cell tower being serviced for Ms. Vallow's device is a bit farther to the north in this case.
And then you said that there is a call from Alex Cox's cell phone to Lori Vallow's cell phone?
That's correct. So we've added on the map the location of the Burger King at 2865 East Ocotillo Road, and you can see the red dots again representing the GPS locations from Charles Vallow's phone, arriving at around that time. So we're looking from 7:53 to 7:56, and the device is at or near where that Burger King is located.
And so when you went to Burger King, let me ask this. The prior map that we saw, did that cell tower cover the area of where this Burger King was or is?
It may have. The thing is, all these locations are estimates, so it's in the area. It likely covered it, yes.
Did you then utilize that video that we talked about to confirm that Charles Vallow's phone showing in this area appeared to match the SUV as well as Ms. Vallow being there?
Yes, it appears to match this visit to the Burger King, which we are now seeing. This is the video that I recovered from the Burger King.
All right, so this was a video that, so you could identify the vehicle and at least see the license plate on that?
Correct.
And as you watched it, this one doesn't depict the, or you can't see the driver on this video, right?
Right, there's another view coming up.
Okay. So this one just shows us hands going in and out?
It does. It shows the view showing the vehicle. This is one of the views that they have of their drive-through.
So if we forward to the next slide,
Yes.
we will see from the inside the service of.
Correct. So this is their drive-through window view. Again at 7:54. Bless you.
And so did this appear to match the receipt that you had received?
This did appear to match the receipt, and this I was told as well, and that document was associated with this transaction.
So the time matched up as well as what they appear to be purchasing in the video?
Correct.
Now in this video, were you able to see if there was someone in the back seat?
I can't particularly tell if there's someone in the back seat.
So you could tell there was a passenger though?
Front seat passenger, yes. All right, so we see the vehicle pulling away. It's almost 7:56 according to their timestamp. We can now advance. This video as well is going to show at about 7:56 as the vehicle leaves from that view at the drive-through.
So again, we're seeing that the times that are documented on Charles's phone seem to appear with what you're looking at from other independent sources.
That's correct. So here we have the location data from Mr. Vallow's iPhone is now moving north. You see those few hits that are rendered in red. That's from 7:56 to 8:06. So that's the time that the vehicle just left and going forward 10 minutes. And then at 8:06, there is this outgoing call from Alex Cox's device to Lori Vallow's device. And you can see the service area for Ms. Vallow's device has also moved north to an area that covers the same area where you see those red data points for Mr. Vallow's iPhone.
So now it's clear that from the mapping that Charles Vallow's phone, the GPS data appears to be in the general area of where Lori Vallow's cell phone is utilizing a cell tower.
That's correct.
And Alex Cox's phone appears to be utilizing a cell tower in the area of the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks.
That's correct.
Then we have a phone call at 8:06. At this time, has 911 been called?
Nope. This location data now goes to an area where there is a Walgreens in Chandler. This is, again, location data from Mr. Vallow's phone. And then it goes north and west to a different Walgreens. This Walgreens at 785 South Cooper Road is the one from which I eventually obtained video. And we see it's arriving around 8:16 in the morning.
Did you go to that other Walgreens?
I did not go to that other Walgreens.
Did you call them?
I did not.
So you picked the right one. You called this Walgreens. Were you able to see that the phone was there for a while?
Yes.
And did that give you a clue that this was the Walgreens that might have some relevant information?
More likely, correct.
So we see those red dots again identified as Charles Vallow's iPhone, the GPS data that was extracted from it. And we see that his phone is in that area around 8:08.
Well, it moves to that area. So at 8:08, it was at the one on Lindsay. And then from 8:08 to 8:17, it moves up to the one on Cooper. And that's where we are now, is at around 8:17.
And we can tell that from the up on the left-hand corner.
The slider up top. Yep.
Okay. So then you went to that Walgreens after you confirmed and you obtained video from them?
That's right.
And is this the video?
This is the video. You can see the timestamp at 8:16 as she walks in. And then I think we can advance to the next. So these are just multiple views that they had. The video at the door was motion activated, so I don't control when it starts or ends. Those are the clips that they had.
So she's buying 2 pairs of flip-flops.
As indicated in the receipt. So you'll see on their timestamp we're now up to 8:20 and the transaction is completed. Yeah, I think we can go to the next slide. All right, so this shows now a time span from 8:17 to 8:33. You see that the next location hits move over to Lawrence Life Academy at 8:33 at 1305 South Gilbert Road. So this is a couple minutes before the 911 call, and then we see the 911 call depicted in that coverage area in the green towards the bottom of the screen, and it shows 8:35 and 54 seconds is when the outgoing 911 call is placed. It shows that number there to 911, indicating that the call is outgoing from the 9120 number associated with Mr. Alex Cox, and the last location data that we see in this time span for Mr. Vallow's iPhone is up by the Gilbert and Ray area.
So where we see that red dot is where Lawrence Life Academy is, or in the general area of that.
Correct.
And then we see that still back at the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks is Alex Cox's cell phone, and this is when he finally makes the 911 call at 8:35.
That's correct. This is an excerpt from the Chandler Police Department's CAD report in this manner, showing the call received and connected at 8:36 and 21 seconds. And this is specifically relative to this case. You can see our report number in the first line of text entered by the call taker.
And is that, again, to verify that phone call you're seeing occurring on Alex Cox's phone records matches up with what is being received?
Exactly. And then here at 8:49, we would see, looking at the location data on Mr. Vallow's phone, it's moving south, and that it's about at 8:49 that it arrives in the neighborhood at 5531 South Four Peaks Place, rather, and specifically on that street. So just looking at the data, you would expect the device has now arrived in the area of the house at about 8:49.
Now, you told us that this GPS data, that you have no control over when a phone is documenting that. So it's not like every minute or every 5 minutes that it does that.
Correct.
You're just given the data you're given. That's when it marked again that where it was.
Correct.
Did you then, again, to try to confirm that this is, in fact, his phone is back in the area by looking to body cam footage to show the arrival of Lori Vallow and Tylee Ryan?
Correct. So one way of corroborating if the device is traveling with her and if it arrives at about the same time, our body cameras are all time stamped. The officer happened to be wearing his upside down, so I'll fix that for you in a moment on this slide, but you can see the time stamp there. And if we advance, I highlight a couple of things about this slide. I highlight the sandals. I invert the timestamp so you can read it properly, and I do the conversion because it's in Zulu time, which is Greenwich Mean Time, which is always 7 hours ahead of Arizona. So you have to do a little conversion to get to 8:48 in the morning.
So that, again, matches with the GPS data from Charles Vallow's phone showing that his phone was now back on scene.
Correct.
Now, you continued to track the phone for the day.
Yes, so this shows the time span 8:49 to 9. The phone is near the Four Peaks house, as was Alex Cox's device. Advancing a little bit, we see that now Alex's device is up in the area of the Chandler Police Department, and another way that I can check that that appears to be accurate is that I know that he was transported there at about that time.
All right, so we saw, before this went purple, that Lori Vallow's cell phone and Alex Cox's cell phone were in the area of the 5531 South Four Peaks.
Yes.
Along with Charles's iPhone.
Yes.
And then we see movement of Alex's phone to the Chandler Police Department.
Yes, that area where it was at the end of the slide before the animation overpowered the machine was showing a coverage area that includes the Chandler Police Department.
So what are we seeing here then?
Okay, this is just advancing forward through the day, so showing that if you go to the noon hour, then between 12:13 and 12:36, the device moves up to an area by Santan Village Parkway in the 202. And then there is a tower connection with Ms. Vallow's device ending in 9562, showing that device is also in an area served by that tower.
So in this time frame then of 12:30, we see both Charles Vallow's cell phone GPS data and Lori Vallow's cell phone utilizing a cell tower in the area of Santan.
Yes, that's right. So this is again showing the trail of those location data points moving forward in time as Charles Vallow's device is moving roughly east. And you can see also connections made by Lori Vallow's phone and by Alex Cox's phone in similar areas at similar time frames, until we get to a point where the device arrives at this house at 1658 East Shari Street in Santan, which I understand to be Mr. Alex Cox's residence at the time.
All right, so the address of 1658 East Shari Street in Santan was Mr. Cox's residence. And now at 1:40 or so, 1:30 to 1:40, we're talking about Charles Vallow's phone sending GPS data that it's in that area.
Yes, that's correct. So now looking at 1342 to 1407, so that's 1:42 to 2:07 p.m. You see multiple tower hits from both of Lori's devices, and you also see persistent GPS location data from Mr. Vallow's device in that same area. Specifically, this call that you're seeing now in the lavender is known to be a call made to Detective Inclin's desk phone.
All right, so we have Lori Vallow in the area of utilizing a cell tower in the area of her brother Alex's house, along with Charles Vallow's iPhone being in that area of his house.
Correct.
And then we see a call to Detective Inclin's desk phone by Ms. Vallow.
That's correct.
And were you aware that Detective Inclin had called Lori to ask them to return to the scene?
I was aware of that.
Were you actually at the scene?
At that time, I don't think so.
Okay. You were there earlier.
That's correct.
So,
No, I'm going to correct that. I was there at that time.
okay. You were still at the scene?
I was still at the scene at that time, yes.
2 o'clock.
Yes.
All right, so this next map or slide that we see, what is this time frame we're seeing?
Okay, so this advances just a little bit. So it's 1409 to 1418. Again, we still see red location hits for Mr. Vallow's iPhone. We still see blue for Ms. Vallow's 9562 number. And we see this lavender one come up for her 5452 number. It's an outgoing call to a particular phone number that I know to be associated with the Valley of the Sun mortuary. If you advance to the next slide.
Maybe.
Oh, now you can advance. I was just highlighting the number. This is that same number on their website.
So at go back, at 2:18, Lori Vallow is calling the Valley of the Sun mortuary.
Yes. So here we advance this area. This is going up closer to 243. You'll see location data for the iPhone starts trending westward and is eventually going to arrive again in the area of 5531 South Four Peaks. That's at about 3:11 p.m. when it arrives in that area.
Now, you indicate in one of the icons up there that from 209 to 243, or 1409 to 1443, that you also had noted Lori's, both of her phones associated with her, the Verizon and T-Mobile, as well as Alex's Verizon phone, were initially in the area of Alex's house in Santan, and that's sort of throughout that time period, you're saying?
Correct.
And then we see initially Charles's GPS coming back to the residence at 5531 South Four Peaks and arriving there around 2:43.
Arriving there around 3:11. Yep, correct.
So we know that because we have to again look at the slide up at the top. That's when it arrives there.
Correct.
After that, did you become aware that Charles Vallow's cell phone was handed over to Detective Inclin?
I did.
And then presented to someone later in your forensics unit to download, extract, so that you could use it for for instance, this.
Correct. It was assigned that item number I listed earlier in the report, and then it was submitted for extraction, and that's how I eventually obtained that location data that you've just seen.
Did you look at any other days to do GPS data?
I did not.
Was this day looked at because you were trying to see what was going on with both Miss Vallow, Alex Cox, as well as Charles, and later just his phone?
Yes, specifically, we initially had concerns about the timeline I was initially asked to look at, and I looked at it at that time, noting those issues, which led to recovery of video and things. Is not primarily my case. I was...
Ladies and gentlemen, phones need to stay off or you will be asked to leave the courtroom.
As it's not primarily my case, beyond that, I would have done whatever else I was asked to do, but I wasn't asked to look at other days in this case.
So ultimately, what you determined was that the timeline of Lori Vallow leaving when the 911 call was and returning back was not accurate.
Yes, as I understood, based on, again, the multiple different ways now that we're able to corroborate location not only of devices that are relevant, because we knew at this point that she had Charles's phone, we knew numbers for her phones, we have video of her at various places, it led to the inescapable conclusion that either the shooting did not happen that close in time to the 911 call, or that she wasn't there for the shooting. I could not see a third way of interpreting that data.
Thank you. I have no other questions for this witness.
All right, cross.
Detective Werther, you had submitted a report on 12/26/2019, is that correct?
That sounds correct.
And have you had a chance to review that at all before your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. So, you found some interestingly contrasting things in your report that you reported on that date. You made a note of his daily text message of love and devotion to me. Do you remember that?
I do not.
Okay. Then you also made a note of his interactions with women he was attempting to date. Is that correct?
I do remember that.
Okay. Detective Werther, in your report on page 103, you indicate that Charles went to the airport to meet Florence Hughes and found that she never boarded. Is that correct?
Hold on.
Object to relevance.
What's the relevance of that?
It's just in his report, Your Honor, and I was just going over it to see if...
Well, everything in a police report isn't necessarily relevant. Well, how's it relevant to this case?
It's relevant to show what was going on in this, right before this happened. These events happened within June and July.
All right, it's the objection sustained.
Did you learn who Florence Hughes was?
I'm going to object again to relevance.
Sustained.
In your report, Detective, you find evidence that Charles did in fact send someone $1,000.
I would object to relevance again.
Sustained.
I would object to relevance to all of these types of questions.
When you had, what was your role in going through the data from the phone, from my husband's phone?
So primarily I went through the location data because of the concerns we had about timeline. I know I went through other data associated with other accounts, but I don't believe I specifically went through the phone extraction outside of the location data.
Okay. But in your report, you made a lot of notes to these things, but that wasn't what you were looking for? You just happened upon it? How did that happen?
So there are things found, I think many of those may be related to a Google account. And yes, as certain things were being accomplished as a team, sometimes you'll task out and say, would you look through this to see what you find that may be relevant? And it isn't always clear up front in an investigation what's going to be relevant. So when I see communications between people without knowing the full story, particularly when I'm not the primary case agent, I may note things because I want to make sure the case agent knows of them so he or she can decide if that's a thing that needs to be pursued further. And if they think it is, then they can ask me or someone else, or they can do it themselves. But that would be why some of those things are documented.
Okay. And you wrote them in your report because you thought they might be relevant?
Yes, not knowing the full case, I noted things like that that may be relevant.
And that would need to go to the case agent so he could decide if those were relevant or not as well?
Correct. The case agent has much fuller information, particularly as a long-term investigation goes on. As somebody who's just helping out with certain tasks, it's not always obvious to you what things are going to be relevant to the person who knows the entirety of the case.
So you mentioned in your report that on July 10th there was a scheduled phone date with Nancy Jo Hancock, is that correct?
I think I did indicate that in my report, yes.
Okay. And then on the next day there was another date scheduled with a Jennifer Gilbert at 12 o'clock?
That sounds correct.
And then the next day there was another date scheduled with a Juliet at 10 a.m.?
And obviously trying to smear the victim.
All right, the objection sustained.
Detective, did you find searches for these dates for my husband back to...
If we can do a sidebar.
Sustained.
This is a different question, Your Honor.
Whether he went on dates or had dates scheduled is not relevant to this case. Ask another question. You can ask about the date of the person that testified the night before because that person was in here and had some relevant information. But other than that, any of these other questions are not relevant.
Detective, you talked about going with Detective Moffat to the hotel room where you found my husband's laptop. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. And then was also his iPad in there?
I believe so.
And then you said some suitcases?
Correct.
Maybe his briefcase was like a rolling suitcase?
It may have been. We may be describing the same thing differently. I didn't personally inventory the items. I helped to package them and take them back to the station.
Okay. So when you got there, does that stuff go in evidence bags? I mean, how does that work when you got to the hotel room? Can you walk us through that?
Sure. There are different ways that one could do it. Pardon me. If the crime had occurred at the hotel room, it might be done in a different way. In this case, just clearing out someone's hotel room, instead of unpacking everything there and searching through all of it in the hotel room and then repacking it all there, sometimes it's much more appropriate to take the items as they are, seal them up, take them back to the station and impound them where they can be dealt with later as needed. So that's what we did in this case.
And then so with the electronic devices, were they off already or were they on? How did that work out?
I didn't check the condition of them, but I also didn't alter the condition of them.
So nobody got on there and opened it up or anything to see if it was powered on or not?
I did not do that.
Okay. And it was just you and Detective Moffat in there, is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. So after you collect all those things and then you take them with you to go to evidence, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And so how long about do you think that you were there at that hotel room?
I no longer recall exactly how long we were there.
And then, is someone documenting that? Like as you're putting together things, someone's writing down what that is? What you're taking?
Oh, writing down what the items are, yes. So we do document what the items are that we're taking, typically by, at the station, entering that into our report management system where they're assigned numbers like the one that you saw for the cell phone earlier. And then an evidence continuity begins when they're submitted to the property and evidence unit.
And then, was there anything left in there that wasn't taken? I mean, just kind of clear out all of his things?
Anything left in the room?
Correct.
I do not believe we left anything in the room.
Okay. So then all of the things were taken into custody, and that was the end of your association with them?
That's right.
Okay. But you were instrumental in delivering them, is that correct?
Yes, I assisted in packaging and delivering them, yes.
And that was just you and Detective Moffett?
Yes, that's right.
In the course of your investigation, Detective, did you become aware of the $2 million life insurance policy Charles had on me?
I'm not aware of that.
In the course of your investigation with my husband's phone, did you come across the threatening text messages from him to me?
I don't believe I saw text message content from his phone. From the phone, I restricted what I was looking at to the location data I'd been given. So I'm not aware of contents of the phone.
Okay. And then, Detective, what was your role back at the house at Four Peaks Place? Approximately what time did you arrive and then leave the scene?
I arrived, it's indicated in my report, and I wouldn't want to hazard a guess because I don't recall, but I remained at the scene essentially, as mentioned, to shadow and observe the way these investigations are conducted. I know I was still there when the medical examiner arrived. I know I was still there when Mr. Cox came back, but exactly what time I left, I do not know.
Okay. And you mentioned you were shadowing Detective Kuntz, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did you stay with him the whole time?
Yes.
And so you just kind of helped him doing what he was doing?
Yes, and I'm not confident how much I was there helping as much as observing. I didn't actually perform any particular tasks while I was there because, again, I was not on the team yet.
So you were observing mostly?
Mostly.
And then did you take notes while you were observing, or just
I did not.
physical with the eyes?
I was just there to observe, yeah.
Okay. You had mentioned that you had called me on July 12th, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And that I had told you that I had when you asked me about information about JJ's school, I gave that to you, correct?
Correct.
And then I told you that I had the hotel key, is that correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that you'd send someone over to pick it up.
Well, yes,
Correct.
I said I would check with the case agent, and that's probably what would happen.
And then, so did you contact Detective Moffett and discuss that with him?
I did.
And then he sent you over to the house to get it?
Well, we agreed to go together. Oh, to the house, I'm sorry.
Oh, to come pick up the card key?
Yes, I think we agreed that I would go do that, yes.
Okay, what about time was that? Was that on the 12th?
It was on the 12th, it's in my report, I think it was the 2 o'clock hour.
Okay. And then you weren't with Detective Moffett at that time?
I was not.
And then when did you guys actually go to the hotel to pick up that stuff?
We went right after that.
Oh, it was immediate?
Yes.
long, Detective, did you analyze all this data before you did your report?
Well, that could be a complicated question because initially I only looked at the location data I had been provided, and initially we were only dealing with the location data from Mr. Vallow's phone. And then I wasn't heavily involved in the investigation after that point. As I recall, I was actually out of town some, and so I wasn't heavily involved. And then if you advance to some years later when I had learned more how to interpret cell phone records, and those cell phone records still existed, I was asked to look at them and to incorporate them into an overall analysis. So that now we're talking about something that occurred several years later. And the exact amount of time I spent doing that, I don't know exactly how long that would have been. I still did restrict my analysis to just that one calendar day.
In the first place, and then you got more data later?
I know there is more data, but I have not gone through and done a thorough analysis of all of the data that has been assembled over the course of whatever time frame has been determined to be relevant in this case. I was asked to look at the day of the event.
Okay. But you had other data in this report that was dated 12/26, is that correct?
Yeah, that seems right.
How long before that 12/26 report did you spend compiling data? That's kind of my question, like weeks or months or just a few days?
I'm not sure I fully understand that question. So if this is what you're asking, when you write, for example, a search warrant to an internet service provider, let's say for somebody's Google or for something similar to that, once you send that, you just have to wait. And at some point they give it back to you. And then once they give it back to you, you go through it and you see what's contained in that. You save it to the side as evidence, and then you create a copy so you can go through that. And that's what I did. The amount of time I spent doing that, that's not something that we log.
Okay. But your report goes from, I guess, Bates page 88 to 105, so about 8 pages worth of data, yeah? Say?
I'm not sure, is that a question?
Or maybe it was even longer. Did you go to Lawrence Life Academy at any point?
I did not.
And were you able to identify JJ in the front seat of the car at the Burger King?
I wouldn't say that I can definitely identify him.
But you indicate possible juvenile with short dark hair in front passenger seat. Is that correct?
That's what I was able to see on the video.
Okay. That's all we have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
When you went to the True Hilton Hotel and picked up all of Charles Vallow's personal property, did you ever review anything from his laptop? Were you provided with extractions from his laptop that you reviewed?
I think I was at one point provided that, yes.
Did you use any of that data from the laptop in creating your PowerPoint?
No.
Did you review anything, any extractions from his iPad?
I don't believe I reviewed the iPad.
So obviously, did you use that in your PowerPoint?
No.
In your understanding, why were you only asked to look at the day of July 11th of 2019?
My understanding specifically was because we were looking at the very significant to us fact that the timelines that we had been told appeared to be inaccurate. The purpose of what I looked at was to examine whether that inaccuracy was supported by or refuted by various different types of location data, video data, other evidence. And again, that's specifically what I looked at, is does it appear that this device, as I had been told, was actually traveling with Miss Vallow, or does it not appear to be the case? And doesn't matter to me what the outcome was, but as you can see, there are indications that it was. Beyond that, if someone had asked me, oh, well, now there's some relevant question we want you to look at an expanded timeline for, I would have been happy to do so, but I was not asked to do that in this case.
So, were you trying to determine whether or not it was accurate if you had not or been advised that the shooting occurred just before 911 was called?
Correct.
And did what you learned match up with that?
No, again, as I said, I will say that the device has clearly departed the scene well before the 911 call and does not return until after the 911 call. The distances make it entirely implausible that the device went all that way that quickly, plus the timestamps are logged prior to the event. And so again, I could see only two possible interpretations. Either the shooting happened much earlier than we were told, or the device and the person bearing it, which I understand to be Ms. Vallow, left well before the shooting occurred. I don't see a third option.
Thank you. No other questions?
Are there any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. Sir, you can step down.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, I've been informed that a witness that was scheduled for this afternoon has become ill and would not be able to appear this afternoon. So we're going to break early for the day. The schedule for the rest of the week will be 10:30 to 4:30 for Wednesday and Thursday. So plan on 10:30 to 4:30 for both of those days. You're free to go for the rest of the day. Please remember the admonition. We'll see you tomorrow at 10:30 a.m.
All right, for the jury.
All right, I'm going to stay here because they usually come back and ask both sides if there's anything, and then that's when Lori says, yes, there's like 20,000 more things. So I'm going to stay here before I do my recap.
Is there anything else before we recess from the state?
What's up, everybody? Welcome back in.
Well, that was interesting. We just got portaled over to Peter. I guess they ended the stream. All right, so there. That was interesting. Peter, you're my guy. That was great. All right, cool. All right, so I guess the stream was over. Let me see if there was anything else, that we're not missing anything. Because on that feed, they ended. Yeah, I guess that was it. All right. We got a surprise visit from Peter. That was funny. All right. Hold on a second. I want to see if Joe can come on a little bit earlier. Let me just shoot him a quick email, quick text. All right. So the reason they ended early was because Detective Duncan was ill yesterday. He was here today. He was ill again, so he went home. So that's why they were going to have Duncan next. So it's only 3 o'clock. So they're only missing maybe about an hour and a half or so. So they still have Hunsaker, they have Moffitt, and they have Duncan still to go through. So they still have, Moffitt's going to be a big one. We've heard Moffitt's name all over the place. We've heard Duncan's name all over the place. So Moffitt and Duncan are going to be big. All right, so back on the stand with Detective Ariel Werther. This is when we found out that the state has a witness issue. Duncan was out ill. He was sent home. Oh, and then the jury comes in, right? You guys heard the jury come in and like all these feet stomping. And then I heard something like these seats are close together. I have to ask Joe about that. Let's see. So they go over the cell phone tower tracking. So he tracked Charles, Lori, and Alex's phone. Charles leaves at 7:16 a.m. from his hotel. We found out that he stayed at a, a Holiday Inn? I have it written down. Let me see. Where was he staying? True Hilton Hotel. So he was staying at True Hilton Hotel. So he leaves at 7:16. 7:37 is the last outgoing communication, right? So now we're really going to dive deep into the timeline here, and it's only it's only like maybe 10 specific times, but we kind of knew all of this. We sort of knew the timing, but now this witness really brought in the specific times. So Charles leaves the hotel at 7:16. And remember, he went to Lori's house and he sees Alex's car there, or truck there, and he texts Adam, brother to Lori. Here, let me go back to here, because these guys are all right. So there's Adam. We heard from Adam Cox. He's the one on the far right there. We heard from him 2 days ago, I think. Was that last week? I think we heard from him last Thursday. So Charles gets to Lori's place and he's texting. So the last outgoing communication was at 7:37, right? And then the 911 call is at 8:36. So that's why they think, and they also know that when Lori left. So Lori left, let's see. So Charles's phone leaves at 7:50. So between 7:37 and 7:50, because now we know that Lori had Charles's phone and she left the house. So that happened between 7:37 and 7:50. So Charles walks in at like 7:38. He gets maybe 7:45, right? He leaves to go. He puts JJ in the car, and he discovers he doesn't have his phone. So he goes back. Lori has the phone. So this all, and then it happened. Then it just happened like that. So from so we think probably 7:45-ish, probably to 8:36. That's how long it took them. 7:45 to 8:36. So that's over 45 minutes before they called 911. So let's see. So Alex calls Lori at 7:52. So Lori leaves at 7:50 with Charles's phone. Alex calls her at 7:52. 7:54, Lori's at the drive-thru. That's pretty quick. That's only 4 minutes. It took her 4 minutes to get to that Burger King drive-thru, right? She left at 7:50 and she got there at 7:54. So that was pretty close. Let's see. Then I have 806 phone. I'm not quite sure what I have 806 phone. Not sure what that is. So at 8:17, she's buying flip-flops at Walgreens, and the school opens at 8:20. Now, you guys were saying that she went to the school first, and then she went back to buy the flip-flops. So I don't remember that, but I'll trust you guys on that. So in any event, 8:17, she's buying flip-flops for Tylee and herself. Then she goes to Lauren's Life Academy, which is JJ school, and that's like at 8:33. At 8:35 and like 54 seconds, so 8:35, 8:36 basically, Alex calls 911. Then she returns home. So that's only 14 minutes at 8:49. She returns home at 8:49. Then there's the body cam of showing Lori and Tylee with the flip-flops. Then he talks about UTC time or Zulu time, which is military for that. It's always 7 hours ahead of Arizona. Lori hands paper to counsel. So I want to ask Joe about this. Like, she turned around and she handed some papers to her counsel. And then Lori calls the Valley of the Sun mortuary. You guys were saying that was Chad that called? I don't remember that. Did you guys say that? I didn't see flip-flops for JJ. Yeah, no, she didn't. JJ had shoes on because he was getting ready for school. So, hey, out and about with Diane. How are you? Thank you for joining us. So, did Chad, you guys were saying Chad called the Valley of the Sun mortuary. Missy Russell, your little guy's turning 8. Yeah. Out and about with Diane. Good morning to you. So you guys say that Chad called the mortuary? I don't remember that. I wasn't familiar with that. Okay, so Pammy's saying, yes, it was Chad that called the mortuary. All right. Thank you, Pammy. Okay. So then the phone call, the phone rings, and not the judge, but his assistant said, phones need to be turned off or you will be asked to leave the courthouse. Right, and then Cross comes up. She asked if you have reviewed the report before testifying. Of course, he says yes. I found some interesting contrasting things on that report. And she just kind of lets that linger, right? Something about love and devotion. He doesn't remember that. Talks about the women he was attempting to date. He says he does remember that. Charles went to an airport to meet Florence Hughes, and that was objected to. Relevance. Lori's like, well, it was in his police report, so I'm going over it. That objection was sustained. Did you learn who Florence Hughes was? That was objected to. That was sustained. Did you know that Charles sent somebody $1,000? That was objected to. Relevance. That was sustained. What was your role going through the cell phone? He says basically to put a timeline together and figure out the location data. July 10th, did you see a scheduled phone date with Nancy Joe? He says, yep, I noted that. Then she brings up Jennifer Gilbert, and then the next day Juliet, and I didn't catch her name. That objection. Trina was all over that. She's like, you're trying to smear, objection. She's trying to smear the victim. That was sustained. And then the state says, Judge, can we have a sidebar? A sidebar. Trina wants a sidebar. And that does not happen because the judge says this is not relevant whether he went on a date or not, or he went on dates. Just stick to this case. Don't try and smear him that he was going on dates. And I think somebody was saying, maybe OnlyFan, you were saying that. I lost my train of thought because I was looking at chat. That he was contacting real estate agents. All right, so Nanar, so he called pretending to be someone else. Susie, East Idaho News. Nate has Chad's calls on their website. All right. Yeah, we've been relying heavily on Nate and East Idaho News. So shout out to East Idaho News. If you guys don't know them, definitely go check them out. Pretty much everything. Well, we played today. No, I think that was on something else. Anyway, we have been playing a lot from East Idaho News. Definitely. We love Nate, and big shout out to them for providing a lot of this, footage that we can watch and share with you guys. So if you guys are not familiar with East Idaho News, definitely go check them out. Let's see. So we get to Charles. Okay, so he collected Charles's items and he took them back to the station, but he did not power Charles's phone up or down. He didn't turn his phone on up or. didn't turn his phone on, or he did not turn his phone off. Lori asks, is someone documenting the items? He says yes. Was there anything left in the room? He says nope, we took everything. Then she asks about this $2 million life insurance policy on herself, and he was not aware of that. Then she asks about these threatening text messages, and he says, no, I was just focused on the location data. I think, okay, now it's kind of making sense to me. And now it dawned on me that she's so desperate to get Charles's phone extraction because she's convinced that there's threatening messages on his phone. But why doesn't she get her phone if he's sending her? Why doesn't she just look at her phone? I guess either way, she wants the raw data. State gave that to her yesterday. Her investigator and her Celebrite expert could not open it, so that's still kind of up in the air. But I think it finally dawned on me. That's why she wants to. That's why she's been hammering getting the cell phone data, and that's why she's been hammering these threatening messages, because apparently there might be, who knows, there might be some messages. Whether they were threatening or not will remain to be seen. But I'm sure there were a bunch of other messages on there too. I'm sure there was like messages of him saying, Lori, you're come home. Where are you? You've been gone for, 5 days, 10 days, 20 days, 30 days, 50 days, 60 days. Where are you? So I don't know. But that kind of clicked for me today that's why she's been hammering the cell phone data, and she's been hammering these threatening messages. So. All right. So he basically just shadowed Detective Coons back at the house. So he wasn't really, he was just observing, right? He wasn't like collecting data. I don't think he was touching anything. He was a shadow. How long did it take you to compile the data? She asks. He says, I'm not fully understanding that question. Then he goes on to explain, if you mean, by me, I asked Google, I asked the phone service provider, but they don't log that time. Then she talks about pages 88 to 105, so 8 pages of data. Lori, that's not 8 pages of data. So then he's like, I'm not sure that's a question. And then she talks about the Burger King video, and possibly, there was another figure with short hair in the front seat. And then she ends, and then redirect. He was provided extracts from Charles' laptop, but he didn't use those in the presentation. And then he did not review the iPad, and he did not use that in the presentation as well. Jury questions are done. They were finished at 5:58. And then tomorrow and Thursday are going to be, they're starting back where they used to, which is 10:30, and they're going until 4:30. So. All right. All right, Selena, have a good evening. We will see you tomorrow. Auntie Ray, Lori wants to needle others now and say the police have all of Charles' belongings because they cleaned out his hotel room. Poor Charles. Butterfly Dana, yes, Nate Eaton has stuck with Lori Vallow like he is glued to her throughout all of this mess she made. Yep, Idaho, Hawaii, Idaho, Arizona. Yeah, that's where we first heard about Nate was sticking the going down to Hawaii, and they're sitting. They're at. He puts the microphone right up to her, and he's like, "The world wants to know where your children are. Where are your children?" Squinty Cat, didn't Lori comment that Charles threatened her by saying he's putting an end to this? She may have. She's definitely been throwing out a lot of stuff. I don't know. Traveling Teresa, can you play Charles's funeral home call tomorrow, pretty please? Well, let's play it now. Let me see if I can find it. Let's play it now. We got time. Let's see if we can play it. So Chad Daybell. Okay, Here we go. East Idaho News. Hold on. Thank you again, East Idaho News. So this is Chad's phone call. Now let me pull this up. Right, hold on, let me get rid of this. This needs to go away. Okay, so we're going to listen to Chad Daybell's call to funeral home. All right, hold on a sec. Oh, mortuary or funeral home? I have funeral home. All right, let's go with funeral home. All right, hold on, guys. Let me just pin this. All right, so this is Chad's phone call to the funeral home hours after Charles was shot.
Third ring answer.
Funeral home?
Hello, my name is I'm with their calls. How can I help you today?
We just had a death in the family, and we really don't want anything but a cremation, and then to send the cremains to a family in Louisiana. It's just a simple, nothing other than a cremation and sending him to his family for a service in Louisiana. So, is there any way to know a ballpark price on that?
Yes, and I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Okay, let me transfer you over to the director who can assist you with the pricing. What is your name, please?
It is Chad Daybell.
How do you spell the last name, please?
D-A-B-A-L, Daybell.
How are you related to the person who passed?
I'm his nephew.
And then also, this is for the Valley of the Suns in Chandler, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, he lives there in Chandler. I live in Iowa, so I'm just trying to help out.
Oh, okay, thank you. Yes, what is your uncle's name for reference, please?
He is John Daybell.
Your last name?
Well, D-A-B-A-L.
And
The same. John.
do you have a middle name?
Myron.
M-Y-R-O-N?
Yeah.
And Chad, what is your phone number in case we get disconnected?
Yes. This number, 515, I don't actually know my own number. Let me look real quick.
Thank you. Thank you. Is he at a nursing home, hospital, or residence?
He passed away in a hospital. I don't know the details. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, it's just for, to know, because sometimes it's different if it's a residential or hospital or nursing home.
I'm thinking they're sending him to the medical examiner. I'm not sure. I should have had more information before I called. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Alright, cremation with shipping. To which city?
New Orleans. Again.
Okay, one moment please, Chad, but stay on the line. Let me transfer you over to the director who can assist you with that.
Alright, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Chad?
Yeah.
Thank you for holding. I do have the director, Clarissa, to further assist you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Funeral Director with Vallow Daybell Cemetery. I understand that your uncle passed away.
Yes, and I'm just starting the process for the family. He didn't have many relatives. I'm his nephew. I live in Iowa. But what they want to do is, it's, sad to see him go. Yeah, I think he's going to the medical examiner. I don't know all the details, but what the family basically wants is just to have him cremated there in Chandler and then have his cremains shipped to New Orleans. And we'll deal with the service later. So just trying to get a ballpark price.
Okay, so for a cremation, we are able to do our cremation for $1,695. Now what that's going to include is the transportation into our care, the transportation to and from our crematory, our basic professional fees, as well as our crematory fee. Now there's going to be a couple other charges there for you. So we are going to have death certificates, which are $20 a piece with a processing fee. $15 permit fee. And then we're able to do that transfer through the mail for you, and that's $150 fee for you.
Okay. Like through UPS or something, I guess.
Okay.
So close, about 2,000 probably. Kind of a ballpark, I guess.
Close to,
Okay. Well, that helps me a lot. I'm going to call one or two others, but I'll get back to you if we come that direction. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. If you need anything else, give me a call.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, so that was Chud. It was Chud's phone call to the funeral home, mortuary, whatever you want to call it afterwards, saying that he was the nephew to Charles. Jeez. All right, so Joe just got home, but he needs to run some errands. All right, that's cool. Yeah, traveling. That was I didn't know that. That was a new one on me. Just when I think I've heard it all, that was a new one on me. Wendy Williams, he is the most nothing personality I've ever heard. I know, I hear you. Traveling Teresa, he only had a small family. Hazel, Chud the Thud. Nice. Wait, what is this? What is that? I can't. What is that? Shower? I'm not sure what that is, Kathy. What is that? I don't know what that is. Okay, 7:30 for Joe. All right, so another hour. Cool. All right, so Joe will be early tonight. Yes. Wait. Scott R. Footy. I know nothing about the Chad Daybell trial, but dang, that funeral home call is sus. Sinbad, yes. Joe will be early tonight. Yes. Yes, it'll be instead of being 9 o'clock Eastern, it's going to be 7:30. So, Mike Morrow, he was one of the chosen though. Chud the Thud. That's really funny. Dwayne, I had to cremate my brother, who I hadn't seen in 45 years. By poor accident, I found out he had been in the morgue for 3 months. Oh, Dwayne, I'm sorry. It's only $833. I think it was also sorry, Dwayne, but I think it was also they wanted to I want to say ship, but they wanted to transport Charles from Arizona to Louisiana. So I think that's where the expense really came in, right? I think that's probably where the expense really came in. All right, just got home, Tanika. They are done for the day. Yep, they were done early today because Detective Duncan was ill yesterday. He did come in today, but he was ill again. So they ended after our Cellbrite guy, Ariel Werther. So they ended early today, which means we're going to start early with Joe. So our recap will start in an hour. So yep. So the recap is going to start in an hour. So 7:30 Eastern, we'll do our recap. I'm going to take this moment and just have a little break, kind of reset my mind, grab a little nosh, and I will see you guys. Joanne says, thought it was only 150 through the post. I don't know. I have no idea how much it would cost to send remains. I know we've done that before, but I just don't. RDB, you want to be composted? Yeah. Lily Wayne, hooray, Joe Early. We will be able to stay awake for it, hopefully. Oh, I got it, Kathy. You need to shower after Chud's phone call. Good one. YB, have you ever seen with your eyes or heard with your ears of a chin like Chad's? No, that's crazy. All right, see you in 60. All right, 7:30. I don't know if we can put a redirect on because we can't change the time because Joe's technically streaming it. So I don't know if a redirect will work, you guys. Sinbad, can you play Chad and Lori's phone call from the day after Tylee and JJ were found? Tomorrow maybe. Gives a whole new meaning since we've heard Lori's crosses. Yeah, we could do that. All right, good night, Joanne. Let's see. We'll do in 30 already off to the store. All right, so we're going to do 7 o'clock. So we're going to be 7 o'clock. So a half hour from now, not an hour, 1/2 hour from now. 7 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Pacific. So I'm definitely going to take a break now. So thank you. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Let me show you my paralegal as she sits in the, it's a good girl. Yeah, it's a sweet little girl. Sweet little Super Ball. Yeah, it's a good girl. Yeah. Good girl. All right. Thank you for joining us. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to our mods, our fantastic mods. Guys, we had a great day today. We hit 6,500 subs. We're well over that. We're like 6,530 or something like that. So thank you for all the new people. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Recovery Addict, for doing a raid for us. We'll see you guys in a half an hour, which means I gotta go get some food and relax for a little bit. And then if we don't see you tonight, please join us tomorrow. We'll go on a little early. I'll find something to show before the trial starts, whether it's Chad and Lori's phone call or whatever it is. We'll find something for you guys to watch before the trial starts. So thank you for joining us. Thank you all the new people that have subscribed to us. And we'll see you guys in a half an hour. And if not, then we'll see you tomorrow. Okay, bye.